This call is now being recorded.
Yo! What's up?
I was like, I'll be damned. What do you know?
Yeah.
I was just thought about you a little bit earlier today. I was like, I haven't talked to him all week. Yeah, what do you know?
Oh. Oh, this is lovely. No, no, I saw you were out. I had to finish up something I was listening to, and I only had like 50 minutes left of it or whatever, so I'm like, I'll finish that up, and then I'll give him a call.
Listening to the Raw chat.
No, I did. That wasn't it. But I finished. It's not the last book, but the last. I'm trying to remember now. Hold on.
The one that you're right.
Ahead. No.
Oh, gotcha.
No, I was listening to Game of Thrones books, and it's the last one that was from the series, the TV show. Well, the books that were written for the TV show. Well, apparently, I mean, it's pretty common knowledge that the books aren't done, but the show's over. So, like, there's still, like, I just finished the last book that was written, which is only up to, like, I can't remember what season, but, like, there's so much that happened, that left to be done. But
Yeah.
So the thing is that something that can't come out, like who's going to finish their series first. There's all these authors and stuff that have all these series out that they never finished.
Oh, gotcha.
You know what I mean? Like 10 fucking years or whatever.
Yep.
Crazy. So I wanted to finish episodes just to see like where he stopped. He stopped writing, and then where the show took over. The writers on the show kind of took liberties, you know what I mean? Which, that's what happens with stuff like that, like, books that are made into movies, TV shows, and whatnot. There's always stuff that gets taken and, kind of has to be changed for this reason or that reason or the other. And I like to try to figure out what and why the reasons are, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. I don't know if you even ever watched Game of Thrones or whatever, but
I think I've watched like an episode or two, but I haven't.
Yeah, you never got on that train, huh? I was late to the game for that as well, but yeah, I was like, I think when I started watching it, it was like the last season had started airing.
Oh wow.
So it's like, oh.
I mean, it looks good. It's just, I just haven't.
It's a great show. Like, it's very well. The show. I'm not saying the book isn't. The book's great as well, but the show is well written, up all the way up to a point. You know what I mean? Because no source material, so they got to fucking try to. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying they made it up.
Yeah.
On their own. I mean, the writer George R. R. Martin was involved in the show. You know what I mean? Like in producing the show. So, like, some of that stuff had to be his ideas that he hadn't written out yet. But like, the question still remains: is he ever going to finish the series? You know what I mean? Because I just finished it, the 5th book. You know what I mean? And it's only to a certain point.
Yeah.
There's like another 2 or 3 seasons of the show that play out. It's just like
Yeah. Yep.
It's got me thinking. That's kind of not messed up, but like what's the point of him writing the book, finishing the book at this point? The show's already out and ended. I mean, I say ended. Like that point of that part of the story is concluded. I mean, there's other things that like branches off. Like they're talking about doing another series following one character. You know, they have the House of the Dragon series, which is like, 100 years before or 200 years before, whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Whoop whoop.
Yeah, level up. So it's just interesting, and I wanted to finish it just to see kind of where it's the book stopped and where they really started taking liberties, because they did like throughout the whole thing anyway. But a lot of it is like there's so many characters in the books, and there's already a lot of characters to begin with on the show, but there's so many more characters in the books that they basically in the show they like combined characters already established to do things that other characters did. It's kind of funny how like you start to notice stuff like that.
Man.
But anyway, that's all.
Yep.
I love that kind of stuff though. That's just me though.
So filling out, we've already got onboarding stuff for the new company that they're having to fill out this week. So we're switching over from payroll from WSI over to Centurion or whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, it's weird though. I got a message from my boss in the morning because when I stopped at Love's, I was parked there for a little bit, and I was going because they were like, they're like, oh, make sure to get it done like as soon as possible, so that there's not a delay and everything. I'm like, all right, especially because I'm going up there, the next week or two, going to be starting with them up there or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I thought, well, I'll go ahead and but I had to scroll through my email to find it though, because they're like, oh yeah, they sent you the payroll stuff and just make sure to get that done. And I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't see anything. So I had to scroll back, and it was like, from like 2 days ago that I received something, but I was like, it didn't come up with their company name at all. It was like,
yeah,
it's
some like
tech or
third
something.
party
It's like,
company. Yeah, it's like third party company. Yeah. And
so and it didn't even say anything in the subject that made me think it was like payroll or onboarding stuff. It was like some random like, welcome aboard, blah blah blah. And of course, I get a lot of like cash advance, payday loan, advertisements. Then a lot of times say like, thank you for your application, even though I haven't applied. And so I a lot of times I might not miss it, or I might not notice it because the subject might be something similar to what I've already seen in a bunch of random spam messages. So I didn't even I looked right past it, didn't even think about it until I was scrolling through the night, like, I wonder what that is. And then of course, like, it's very, very fine print at the bottom of the email. It said Centurion whatever, and it's like, click the link here to fill out your. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm like, so that's them. All right. So I went ahead and went through it, whatever, answered all the questions, as you're scrolling through the different prompts, Just funny because it asked, like, have you ever violated your hours of service? Have you ever did this? And of course, like, I mean, technically I have, but it was asked for like dates, and so I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna say no, because I don't have dates on like any time that I might have actually gone over or whatever, but but it also had like, have you ever gotten an injury on the job and blah blah blah, what dates? And I don't have dates for that either, so I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna say no on that too. Like, it was like, well, what stuff they like, okay, unless they, I highly doubt they're gonna be going through all the records of the past couple of years with WSI and be like, these drivers had this such and such on this date and this on this date and whatever. It's like, as long as we're not if we haven't done it in a while, or we aren't like constantly doing it, then I'm pretty sure we're probably fine.
I got you.
But then you get to like the end of the, you're filling out all the stuff, and you see the PDF afterwards. Had my information, and of course it had like date of birth, and it had May 28th, 2025, and I'm like, I know I put in my regular birth date on that. I don't know why.
Yeah, not the day you were trying to fill it out.
Yeah, so, and that was from like a couple of days back, so I was like, I wasn't even doing, but that was around, I think that's probably the date that my boss was messaging me on, like, I think it was like Monday or Tuesday, saying like, hey, I need you to send over your, send me your med card and your license. And I was like, all right, cool. So I said, as soon as possible, please. I'm working on getting you set up with them so that way you're all good to go whenever you officially move up there. And I'm like, all right, there you go.
Right.
But then when I saw the date showed, the May 28th or whatever, I went back in and tried to click the leaky and wondering if I could like go in there and see if I had to edit something. But now it wants you to log in, so of course I can't. So versus when I clicked the link before, it literally just took you right in there where you were able to edit your information or whatever. So I was like, well, I'll just let them know that, like, I don't know why it's showing that date for birth date or whatever, but everything else should be correct for the most part. But
it won't let me change it because your system sucks.
But I mean, like, so they got the different bonuses that they offer for like performance bonuses and stuff, and we get like the coins that they told us about.
Oh yeah, the challenge.
But then and apparently the monthly bonuses and the safety bonuses that we get here at WSI, like we get once a month, like on the second week of the month. With Centurion, we get apparently they pay the safety bonus weekly. So I'm like, well, that's cool.
Oh.
So they haven't broken down into like, so I'm like, well, hey, that's a little bump, probably $100 to $150 every week or whatever, because it's like a $500 or $600. I guess with WSI, it's dependent upon like the mileage of the truck ran the previous month.
Right.
So, so with that, I guess I don't know how they figure it out. Maybe they go off the previous month and then they divide it by 4, and that's what you get weekly. I don't know. But I'm like, well, that's cool. I hate the little financial bump every week. I can live with that, But I had to put in the routing and account number for payroll, and the percentage you want to have deposited over there, and how many dependents, whatever. And I'm like, all right, I liked it. Everything like that. They've made things pretty easy as far as like I didn't have to go in there and do the whole, where you fill out your W-9 or whatever it is, for your taxes.
I-9.
Just basically just fill out this. I guess technically all that automated stuff technically is the I-9, so it's like.
It is, yeah. It's all computerized now. Because that's like my job as a trainer here when we onboard people, where you do all that stuff. It's all on the computer. Which is nice. It used to be a packet. It was like 200 pages. Yeah. I mean that was like the handbook and everything too, but still, like, it was so many, and like all the explanation of benefits and everything. It's crazy.
Yep.
So such a waste. But now it's and when the person comes in, they log into their own account, like they create their own account that all that stuff is in.
Yeah.
So they can always go back to it,
Yep.
You have it, for for the handbook and other stuff like that. Which, nobody ever looks at.
Fuck. Man. Of course, they don't have me set up in there for the trip back yet. I'm like, damn it. Let's see.
Beep boop beep beep boop beep.
Yep. So I'll be right back. Let me call them real quick, get them set me up before I drop these trailers. That way I can, be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
That was
how
interesting.
Work. What was that? What
there was hold music.
Oh, was there? Oh,
I was like, oh, okay.
Was that what? Did it stay on there until I came back, or?
Yeah, it was just playing just some random like.
Oh man, can't wait to listen to when we air the episode. That's gonna be pretty awesome.
Yeah, I don't if it even plays it. I don't know. Like it might just pause it or whatever. But it was like hold music, like like a what do they call that? Oh, I can't even think right now what it's called. But like it's similar to like the music you have for Real Talk or whatever. It's just like
background music, kind of.
Yeah, and there's it's like no. Why can't I think of the term? So fried this week. It's been.
I wondered when I was
there's no royalties or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like music that anybody can use.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
There's a name for it. I'll think of it eventually.
That's cool. Because I was there when I was on with Lion Hall going, hey, can you set me up with 2 empties from Knoxville? Like, yeah, hold on. What's your? I don't know what the deal was. They must have had me on speakerphone out there because even with my headset, like when I caught them on the phone, all I heard on the other end, I kind of had to listen pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I could hear her, but literally, it sounded like how if you called me and I was trying to answer on the truck Bluetooth here in the work truck, like the background, like, hey, how's it go? And I'm like, I can barely understand you.
Uh-huh.
I was like, normally you call it, it's clear, but
yeah, they might have headsets too, and they had the mic up in the air.
Either that or they didn't have the because I could hear everybody around them too, like all the other
yeah.
So it was like,
lazy then.
Yep. In the background, Lion Hall, how's it going? What can I do for you? Oh hey, first can you take me off speaker?
Yeah. Pick up the headset, lazy fuck.
Yep. Oh, but yeah, so I got Friday night and Saturday night left, and my boss basically said like to let him know if I want to run for a day or two before we officially move. And I said I'll let you know.
No, don't. You need to pack, dude.
Well, I mean,
you work, you'll never get anything ready. You'll be leaving in the garage.
Technically, I understand the. Thankfully, we don't have that issue,
I know, but you know what I mean. Go ahead.
But I mean, money wise, it makes sense, but it's not so much the packing part, which would have me not do it. It's more of the working all night, being tired as hell lately. That I'm like,
yeah,
I almost want to have those Monday and Tuesday, just kind of like, you know what, I'm just gonna like maybe get a week ahead on, work on the next week's couple episodes, so that way the week after we move out there, we'll already be taken care of,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not even that aspect, but your mental health, dude. Come on. Come on.
What is it? What is that mental health? It's like
take some time for your mental health. Come on. I mean,
nowadays trucking carriers don't acknowledge the mental health though.
No, it's not even that. So you'll be a lot happier if you just take those couple days to go about it in a normal pace instead of rushing because you just worked the last 2 days and you're super tired.
Yeah.
And now it's crunch time and nothing's ready and the movers are approaching. You know what I mean? They're coming down your street and you guys ain't ready because you had to work 2 days.
Yep.
I'm just saying, hey, do what you want. But
I'm kind of leaning towards going about it that way,
Yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, you got You got to stand there and crack the whip. Be like, start packing.
Yeah.
If you're not there to do that, nothing will ever get done.
Yep. Let's see. Check these serial numbers.
Next thing you know, you'll be in your new place and not have any Christmas decorations.
Yep.
Because you left them behind.
I don't know what I was talking about, man.
I know.
I never did that.
Yeah.
Even though it looks like we're probably gonna leave Christmas stuff behind here too, because we're getting rid of the tree we've had for probably like the past 7 or 8 years. Because none of the lights, we've had to put our own lights on it because it's one of those artificial ones, but the lights quit working a long time back.
Oh. Well,
so we've
they're cheap. They're like super cheap and stuff. You could just buy new ones.
Yeah, but we just go, yeah, fuck it, we're just
yeah, whatever.
Too much work, to go out and buy new ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, they used to be. They're probably not cheap anymore, but anyway.
Yeah. But in the new house, I think we talked about wanting to do a real one,
Oh yeah, yeah. I told you about that idea I had a couple of years ago, right?
Probably. Trying to remember.
It'll be I thought, okay, Sophia was still in like the the carrier, you know what I mean? Like she was still like less than a year old. Oh
yeah.
And Jess never had a real tree for Christmas, so I'm like, oh well, we'll go on those cut down places,
Yep.
Little tree farm or whatever. They're all over the place in PA,
Oh yeah.
Pick your own. Blah blah blah. So we did that. Yeah, it was. I think I'm still finding pine needles in. Like it held up like real well, but like when I went to, we took everything off and everything, and I went to go, bring it out to the curb as you do.
Yep.
I mean, I have pictures. My entire stairs were covered in pine needles. Like I had to use, like a broom and stuff like that to like even just get the layer off of the stairs, the carpeted stairs. They're carpeted stairs.
Oh man.
Because
the vacuum can do it, but
Yeah, it's not gonna do. So like I had like basically filled up, or like halfway filled up a garbage bag of needles, and then was able to vacuum the rest up. But like, using a broom and like sweeping them all outside, it was crazy, dude.
Yep.
Crazy. Like it was great for like an experience, but like, oh yeah, this is why we have a fake tree.
Yep.
Especially
when you got animals in the house for us.
Yeah, well, yeah, we don't have that, but it was, yeah. I mean, obviously, you could get a different kind of tree or whatever that doesn't do that, but they pretty much all do.
Yep, pretty much.
Again, we did it for the experience, and we're like, yeah. Like, last year we used our fake one, and it was fine.
Yeah, this week, literally a Tuesday before coming back to work, my boss was messaging, when he was asking about like the license and the med card stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, "Oh, your login for your e-logs, pretty much the same as what I'm doing now, except, password right now that I would use for WSI is basically, a certain number. It's like basically the last 5 of my license. But now it's simple. It's like, it's like my badge number and then 4 zeros, for the password. And I'm like, well, that's cool. And then like the apps that we do the inspections on are all like, they're still the same apps, but they've changed. Like they're all like fancy now. Versus like before they were kind of plain. And like,
okay.
On the when I do like when I log in or like used to be on our hours of service, it was pretty basic. It was like, we had yard move and regular, obviously, and but as far as the remarks, you'd have like on duty, home. You had just a couple of options.
Yeah.
So, but now, literally, the first thing I noticed when I logged in on Tuesday, I was like, if you have on duty, you literally have yard move, drop and hook, PTI, fueling, shop maintenance, breakdown, pre-trip inspection. Off duty, we now have like personal conveyance showing up on there. There's like some of the remarks on there for like meals, blah blah blah. Like for off duty, there's like one of the options is basically end of shift, and I'm like, well, I wish we had that before because I was literally for a while I was selecting a certain option, and then basically I was just told just list home as as the reason or with the duty status or whatever for off duty. I'm like, all right, cool, but now it's like I'm doing end of shift because that's literally what it is, I guess.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's cool, it's like everything. They actually have actual like statuses versus like before we didn't have anything and you kind of just guessing.
No.
Like, well, I think I should do this one. So I guess this week, because on the email I looked at, so like this week's the last week getting paid by WSI, the next week will be getting paid by Centurion. I'm like, that's cool, So basically, it's almost like payroll technically will change, but at the same time, like we're not making any. It's just day-to-day stuff is still pretty much the same as what we're doing.
Yeah.
It's just, and here I thought I'd have to go and find a company out there and do the application and get the over the phone interview and blah blah blah. And I'm like, I'm switching out there and I really didn't have to do anything. I'm moving and then starting at the Kansas City, Missouri hub. Like,
yep.
I don't know if I'm
gonna
be
truck out there with you still, or they have one down there for you.
But see, initially when I was talking initially, he was talking about like, yeah, just let me know what date you want me to have a truck out there. This is before we met the bosses.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And so now it's like, I'm assuming that I'm probably just gonna, because they're already out there. I'm assuming I'm probably just getting one of their trucks, but I don't know because that's the same thing too. Is like I'm filling out all this paperwork. It was addressed obviously to me and all the other drivers. It said Nashville crew, blah blah blah, and it had like my carbon copy. There's like the main two owners, and then it had one or two of the other managers, and then it had our manager, that we deal with here. And I'm like, yeah, but am I still going to be technically Nashville crew even though I'm out there? Am I still going to be dealing with Jimmy, or am I going to be dealing with someone else? Like I don't care either way. It's fine, but.
Yeah.
Like I could see probably end up getting up out there, and all of a sudden, like I'm no longer getting messaged by Jimmy. I'm getting messaged by someone else, like their local.
Well, yeah, it's probably because you're still there technically in Nashville until you actually move out there.
Yeah, so that's why I listed the address here. I didn't list my new address yet because I'm like, well, I'm not moved in yet, so I'm gonna list the current address, and then when we get out there, I'll update everything and.
Well, that sounds like a question for your manager. That's what they're there for.
Yeah.
Right?
Eventually. Yep.
Oh man.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a week. Not that like been busy. I mean, steady. Steady's good,
Yeah.
But like a lot of crap has been going on. So we had. Now it's not our terminal. It's another terminal, like in the neighborhood. I'm not going to say which one. But basically, they just fired a guy. That is pretty extreme to fire him for what he did. Yeah, he screwed up, but he didn't like hurt anybody. He didn't cause any damage. He made a poor decision, but he got lucky and got away with it. You know what I mean? Like by not hurting anybody or causing any damage or anything. But they still fired him for it.
Yeah. Oh, I gotcha.
Another guy that made a bad decision. Again, didn't hurt anybody. Didn't damage any equipment, but he made a bad decision. But he only got 5 days.
I gotcha.
A 5-day suspension. And then, on top of that, there's another guy that's constantly screwing up. That, you know what I mean? Constantly getting ride-alongs. You know what I mean? And he's still around and not, like, given suspensions or anything.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of like, what the hell's going on? But, like, they're starting to crack down on things. To basically protect where we're at. You know what I mean? As far as like CSA goes and stuff like that, like they don't want to have. They want to keep our score where it's at and in good standing. You know what I mean? And really, the only way to do that is to get rid of people that could be a risk to that.
Oh, yeah.
People making poor decisions like driving over. You're familiar with Roosevelt Boulevard in Philly, right?
The what?
You've been up in Roosevelt Boulevard in Philly? You've been up and down that Route 1?
Sounds familiar. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you're familiar with it. Believe me, I I know you are. Yeah, there's like
it's been like 10 years, but yeah, I know I've been out there.
It's like 3 lanes on the outside and 3 lanes on the inside.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like express and local kind of thing. But there's like traffic lights and whatnot.
Yeah.
Well, this driver was, there was a lot of traffic or whatever. He cut over to go get on Route 1 to get over to get on the, I don't know if I guess he was going up to go to the turnpike.
Yeah.
Because 95 was all messed up. So he's like on Route 1, he's in the local lanes, and like they come to a dead stop. Now, like I said, there's traffic lights on there and stuff, but there was like an accident or something. Nobody was moving. And he thought it'd be a great idea to hop over the median to get into the express lanes.
Oh, wow.
and he did that. But the thing is, it's not like somebody had said, okay, you got to clear these lanes or whatever. It was, he waited, it was like a total of 30 seconds apparently. That's all he waited until he did that. Because everybody else and their mother were doing it, so he thought it was okay. Now, he didn't cause any damage or anything, because the pipes on the bottom of our trailers are pretty low, or they can be, you know what I mean? It's not like driving a van where you get all that,
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is that he didn't even barely hesitated. And that's the kind of behavior they don't want to see, especially when it's, driving. Comes to driving, you know what I mean? He could have sat there for a little while and try to determine what the deal was to see if anybody was going to move. He waited 30 seconds and then
jumped over.
Yeah. Which is, they don't want to see that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, like, I was being told this, and I'm just like thinking, I'm like, yeah, I that would not have been my first choice. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like they have crossovers on that road. Obviously, I don't know if he was close to one or not. I don't know exactly what section it happened in, but I don't know. Like I don't know where he came on from to get on that section. Now, if he went up 95 and got off, what the hell is it by the Franklin Mills Mall, which is called something different now.
Alright.
But there's only like one crossover before the roadways merge, and then then you have the exit for the turnpike. There's only like one crossover there, so if like he had got on from there and was came to a dead stop, like he would only had to wait a little while before he could get that crossover to get around it. But if nobody was moving for whatever reason, or it was before, it still wasn't the right move, no matter what.
Yep.
wasn't the right move. And from what I understand, he got a 5-day suspension for that.
Alright.
He probably would have been fired if he would have caused damage, But that's kind of like don't do, and I try to put it out, like, so I found all this stuff out, and there, there's other incidents where I'm not going to get into.
Yeah.
But I just like put it to my drivers that, like, hey, if you ever in a situation like that or like the other thing, and you're not sure what to do, call. You know what I mean? That's what we're here for. Call us.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't take long to make a phone call. Because they're not playing anymore.
Nope.
Not that they were ever playing to begin with, but it just seems like they're getting rid of people left and right. Now, not to say that it's not deserving, you know what I mean? But they have people waiting. They have people that were ready to take your job. Like, they had a guy that was being onboarded in my terminal and the other terminal. You know what I mean? So, like, there's the other one that had just come in to interview.
Yep.
There's people, they're out there.
I mean, hell, before...
You're on a list, too, for Kansas City, so...
Yeah. Even though now probably wouldn't take it because, getting a little...
And I wouldn't expect you to. I wouldn't expect you to, dude. I really wouldn't.
I would debate on it if everything was staying the same as what I'm currently at, but just switching to Kansas City, and then they called up, I'd be like, all right, cool, but like literally like the bonuses are better, PTO is better.
Yeah,
it's like literally.
Yeah,
so like I think right now it'll be like if you start at 5 days after your first year, then you get an extra day every year. So I think right now I'll be at like 7 days when I hit my next anniversary day. I think in March or whatever. I'll be like, and then 8 days at my the next year or whatever, and I'm like, it goes all the way up to like. I'm trying to think. It goes up to like your 5th year, I think. Where you get like 8 or 9. I think there's like 8 or 9 or whatever days of PTO, and of course you carry over 5 days to the next year or whatever if you still have time. So I guess I could have like 8 days still from the previous and carry over 5 to then have 8 plus 5, and I'm like, that's cool. If you're someone that doesn't take, doesn't really take time off or whatever, I'd be like, hey, sweet, And they pay, and the PTO pay for them is a hell of a lot better than like right now we get like based on like $23 an hour for like 8 hours whenever we take a PTO day. So it's like $160. And out there they base it on what I read tonight on the little paper, like PDF or whatever. It said it was like based on a 400-mile day at whatever rate we get paid per mile, whatever.
Okay.
So basically, it's like we're making 60+ cents a mile. We're getting over 200. I think they said at the meeting they said it was like between 200 and 250. I think they said they guessed that it was 250 per day, whatever, which is a PTO day. But I guess if it's 400 miles, it depends on what you're getting paid per mile. I guess
Yeah.
But still, that's better than where we're at. Though. I mean, that's still not too bad for a paid day off, getting at least over $200 for the day or whatever. Could be worse, for sure.
Yeah, no, that's definitely better. You know, it's not like we get paid on based on what we make in a year. You know what I mean? So
and I think, and that's,
yeah.
I know that even though it
It's
said
like
400 miles, I think they mentioned something about that in the meeting too, where it's like, the 400 might be the average, but in the meeting, I think they said something about like they kind of pay your PTO days based on like what your average route is every day or whatever. So if I'm averaging 500-ish miles, like if I'm doing on a dedicated, I probably would get paid PTO based on what I normally do in a day on average, which I'm like, who knows? At least 400 seems like it's a pretty good base, you know?
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, when I was getting ready to head out yesterday morning to head home or whatever, one of the other guys was coming in, and I guess he's doing a lay down. I guess he was running to, I guess Charlotte, and it's just far enough to where he can't go there and back in one day or whatever.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, he's like, oh, you just you about done, like, you finishing up, you coming in? I said, no, I just got done. He goes, oh shit. He goes, yeah, I got a little nice. I said, not really. I said, I don't mind him. I said, I'd rather get done earlier.
Yeah.
Like get done at like 5, 6, 7. I'm good, but when it's like 11, 12, then I'm like, literally get home and that's
I didn't
going,
realize how late you were out yesterday. I saw that afterwards that you were out pretty late.
Well,
I would have called you, but I was dealing with my own shit.
He had me. I kind of had a false sense of hope.
Okay.
When they were sending me to Lebanon to pick up for I guess a base almost told us, hey, you're going to Lebanon and then you're going east. I'm like, all right, cool. So figure Knoxville something. And when I came in, they only had me taking an empty 53 over to Lebanon. So I was like, oh, cool. Maybe I'm doing something easy. Maybe I'm just going to Knoxville with like one trailer. But for whatever reason, I take that one trailer over to Lebanon and they had me set up to take 2 loadeds going to Cookville and Kodak. And I'm like, huh, okay, that's weird. Because normally they don't have you come in with one to take 2, but
yeah.
So I went ahead and did it.
Needed that 53.
Yeah. And then, but one good thing about when dealing with Cookville though is they tend to it's probably because a lot of times you go there and they'll have a lot of their pup trailers will have fucking locks on them. It's like they're trying to hold them because I guess they have a problem with carriers or other hubs sending drivers in there constantly to basically grab trailers, and so they end up running short on trailers. And so now anytime I go there, if I'm supposed to grab like I'm bringing in 2 loadeds for Cookville and trying to come out with 2 loaded or 2 with 2 empties or whatever, then a lot of times I struggle with it. Like I'd be like, it's like I end up calling and be like, yeah, I'm trying to get these 2, trying to find 2 empties here at Cookville. I said, I'll literally circle the lot and I'll be looking at all the empties and I'll be like, as I'm past each one, I'll stop and I'll put the number in on Trip Buddies to try to be like, hey, let's see if it, before I get everything hooked up, because I've done that before too, with Casa. I actually set a whole setup and then all of a sudden one of the trailers comes up. Sorry, invalid trailer, but shit. So then I basically end up having to break them down and grab a different one. So now I try to be proactive.
Yeah. Oh,
Get on there and be like, hey, because if you put it in there in Trip Buddy and they come up as a valid trailer, then basically you're good. But if you set them all up and something's off, oh yeah, that one's out of service. That's like,
yeah. Yeah, you want
there's
to try to do it before you get it all the work. Yeah.
pretty much, so that's why I was like, yeah. So I'll put in my dolly number, and then I'll find the first trailer. That's why whenever I put the trailers in there, usually the trailers are kind of inverted technically. Like trailer 1 is technically ends up being my rear trailer because that's the one I'm putting the dolly in front of preemptively while I'm dropping the front one, the loaded. But they're both empty, so I don't give a shit. It's like
it doesn't
really matter.
Yeah.
Versus like when they're loaded, you want to have the heavier one up front, but
yeah.
But yeah, fun times.
Oh yeah.
But it'll be interesting getting used to driving in Missouri instead of in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Had some more updates about the other household this week.
Okay.
'Cause I guess Deb messaged Aaron and be like, hey, can we I have to talk to you about something? Can we I think I told you he's like Sam ended up having like cancer or whatever, like Hodgkin's lymphoma or whatever.
No.
I didn't tell you. Oh. Well,
no.
they got on so Deb got say, hey, I need to get on the phone.
No, because it was they had something serious to talk to you about, but
they yeah.
you wouldn't talk to them because somebody wasn't there. It was one like whether your wife wasn't there, your daughter wasn't, one or the other.
No,
like, wait till she gets home or whatever, and they
like Aaron was saying, like, can we text it? And Deb's like, well, no, this isn't really something we can text. We have to talk on the phone. And she's like, oh, okay. And I'm like, well, go ahead, make sure to record it. I don't think she did, but I was like. We're doing the whole, but so she's like, well, like, doing the whole, well, like, we're really sorry about all this, but like, you guys really didn't give us much notice. And Aaron was like, Deb, we gave you like over 2 months. Like, we only knew our plans a couple weeks past it or before that. Like, it wasn't like we knew for like 6 months, and we only told you guys 2 months out. Like, we made the decision to go for it. So she was like, yeah, the opportunity came available, and we took it. And so we gave you 2 months, and you guys only served Allie like 3 weeks before we were supposed to move. So you guys, like, if anybody didn't give anybody notice, it's you guys, But, so I guess she was talking to her about, like, kind of wanted, I guess the purpose of the call, she wanted to kind of explain what was going on with them and with Sam, why they had to leave during the kindergarten graduation or whatever. Because we thought that they were going to take the grandkid home with them and then bring him back later on, because we're like, that's normally one of their days to take it for a couple days or take it for a couple hours and then bring him back like 6. But me, Aaron, and Allie were all up there at the graduation, so I was like, either way, he's either coming home with us or going with them for a couple hours. Like, we'll take him. I don't care. It's fine.
Yeah.
And he ended up coming home with us. So I guess Deb was like, so yeah, Sam, Sam was recently diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, and so I guess they're be starting treatment pretty soon. And Aaron basically looked it up. I guess like an 80% cure rate with that.
Yeah.
But when we saw him at the graduation, like, I didn't get too close. As close as I was ever to Sam at the graduation, I was probably within like 40 feet. So, you can kind of see, especially if somebody, if they're really, really, really big. 40 feet away, you can still see they're really, really, really big, but obviously up close, it's a little bit different. So, like, from what I saw, I thought, wow, this guy, he's like 27, So I was like, and I was joking with Alex, like, I'm a big guy, but like, I'm active for the most, especially with like dealing with the 2 trailers, dealing with the heavy ass dollies, and active whenever I'm off too, mostly, but I, because of how active I am during the week, I tend to want to just sit around for the most part on my days off because I want to relax,
Yeah.
But I was like, holy crap, Sam, like, he, from the back, because I didn't really see much, he was always facing away from me or whatever. Pretty rounded, like a pretty round guy versus like I have most of my like in the front.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking. Like there's it's not necessarily that he's like eating himself to death, but something's going on, and there it is. You know.
Like, I joked with Aaron saying that he's probably, because he's a big video gamer, and so like that was his when they were still together back when Alex was really like still a baby or whatever. Basically, he was technically quote unquote watching Alex, but he was playing video games, like while Alex was kind of like sitting there with him, and he's like, "Oh, he's watching me play video games." I was like, that's not,
Yeah, no.
But I mean, he's probably, I joked to Aaron saying that he's probably like sitting around playing video games and eating all the time. And Aaron, I mean, even though, like, yeah, there's an 80% cure rate, but Aaron's like, but that means 20% of people die from it. And she goes, he doesn't take care of himself. So,
yeah.
And then I guess they had to do an appointment for Salix recently because I guess, Deb, she's a pediatrician. So she's all like Dr. Grandma,
Yeah.
So any little thing, we got to get him in and check such stuff because I've noticed this. Like he's like, I guess he's over there at their house. I don't know, not like him. So go potty, but I guess she was concerned about like, I think he might be constipated, so we want to get him in there and check, have doctor, check him out, whatever, and see if there's something going on. And so they scheduled an appointment, which Allie was working, so Erin, she got off work and she came home and went with Alex to meet up with Deb, and I guess, I don't know if I think Natalie was there too, but I guess Sam was there too. He's been more active in actual appointments and stuff recently, probably because of the whole court stuff, and try to be present, basically put on a show like he does. Like, I'm a great dad. I'm here. I'm present. I'm always there. No, you're not. You're not fooling anybody. You might, but when I got up, I think I worked pretty late, so I think I got up probably 5 or 6. Tuesday night, or no, I guess actually it was Tuesday. I guess I was technically not working yet. But when she came home, she was talking to me about it. She's like, she literally looked at me. At first, I was confused as to what she was talking about. And she didn't start it with, "Hey, like such and such about Sam." She looked at me and she goes, "So, love, like I can look at you, and I know that you're about a 4X, like." And I'm like, or a 5X if I want to be baggy, have it nice and loose,
Mm-hmm.
But like 4X, I've even done 3X. Like 3X is a little bit more snugger, a little bit more snug or whatever, like tighter fit, but it's still like it's workable. I can still do it. But I prefer to have like baggy and have it breathe,
Yeah.
But she's like, I can look at you and I know that you're in 4X. But she goes, I was walking behind Sam earlier. And she goes, holy crap. She goes, he has to be like he has to be at least like a 7X. Like I was like, he's bigger than me, isn't he? She's like, yeah, like, oh my God, like, like he doesn't take care of himself, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I was like, I didn't get too close, kind of what I thought when I saw him before, I was like, he looked pretty pretty round all around, and they like Natalie walking behind him with her hand on his back, like it's almost like they're helping him walk around. He's, and I was like, dude, like you're not that old, man. You're already in that shape.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm in this shape, but I'm like early 40s, but yet at least when I was his age, I was actually down around 200. Still pretty. I mean, lost a little weight to get in the military, and then of course like met a chef on base or whatever, and gained it back pretty quick. But but then of course like with the being where I'm at, I think part of it is probably because I was undiagnosed, becoming diabetic for a while, So it's like, but I don't know how he could get in the shape he's in, because but supposedly him looking like he does. Oh, but he works. Well, he's been working since day one.
Like and that.
Yep.
Messing with all your glands and shit. Not metabolizing as much as you should be. Yeah.
Yep.
That'll do it.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's all good. So, and Allie, of course, she's like, they probably think they have it in the bag or whatever as far as the court case. And I'm like, really? Because everybody I talked to said that they're kind of nuts to want to take it to court because they're probably not stand a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah.
And then I told her, I said that the consensus I've heard from like you and everybody else, basically like even talking to Erin about Deb talking to her, and she's like, I'm pretty sure like they're pushing for this.
They want to, mediators.
Like a mediator. She was
Yeah.
probably pushing for that because they don't want to actually go to court, because if they go into court, the judge is going to take one look at him and be like, sir, like you don't look that great. And I told Allie, I said, use everything that they've given us, like even the fact that now Natalie in the chat kind of was like, well, I'm Deb. I know Deb told you, Aaron, so I'll just put it in here. Like Sam's been diagnosed and blah blah blah, and he starts his first treatment tomorrow. And I told Allie to use that. I was like, it's a big move. But they're pulling the shit like that with us. As like when she deals with her attorney or whatever, she'll be like, yeah, he's like, if something happens to him, like it's just the grandmother and the stepmom. I mean the grandfather technically too, but it's like if something happens to Sam, they don't have any legal rights to Alex or whatever. So it's like,
you mean the one that's been in and out of psych wards? That one?
Yep.
That's a dick move too, but
Well, and that's something that she's planning to bring up too. So it's like, they had to get that, because they're getting that retainer. Because we'd already talked to the attorney, but we had to officially get that payment in there to officially retain him on record.
Yeah.
So I guess that's being transferred, I guess, because Aaron's mom's helping Allie out with it. So she wire transferred it to Allie over the weekend, but then of course with the holiday it got delayed, I guess. So last I heard from Allie, she said that it hasn't hit her account yet. And I'm like, well, I was like, hopefully you can meet up with the attorney soon, because I know they want to meet up in person. But worst case, we'll be doing a Zoom mediation.
Yeah.
Which is like, they tried to really scare her a little bit with when they have the initial paperwork from their attorney. Was basically like, we request the court give temporary full custody to the dad because so that way the mom can move out of state if she wants to, and the dad can still see his kid. And we're like, yeah, the court's not going to do that. So I was like, they're just trying to scare you.
They're not. Yeah, there's no way in hell they're doing that.
So I was like, yeah, they said that, but if you don't have a judge order saying that you have to stay here, then they can't say shit. Like we could literally just up and leave and come back, when we have to be back here or whatever. I mean, ideally, what Allie's hoping is she's expressed to the attorney that she definitely wants to do mediator. She doesn't want to go to court if it can be avoided. And the attorney's like, yeah, I understand that, but just I want you to have realistic expectations that this is probably going to go to trial, because they're probably not going to, just like play nice, I guess. Like they want what they want, but they don't care. Like they say it's in the best interest of the grandkiddo, but it's like, no, it's not.
Yeah, but it's only in their best. Yeah.
But one of the weird things too is Deb, I guess when she was on the phone with Aaron, which is funny because she always bypasses, like, she doesn't, she'll not talk to Allie or me, she'll go to Aaron, almost like Aaron decides for everybody, and Aaron's like, that's not how it works. Like, literally.
Yeah, well, like, Aaron, I'm not his mother. You know what I mean? You need to be talking to Allie, who's the mother, not to me.
Or getting pissed at me about the way I was talking to Sam and Natalie because of you.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, like when back when they dropped Alex off with our youngest, which she could watch him, but she's not an adult technically, and it was like, hold on, wait till we get back there, and then they just dropped him off, and tried to went off of them like, what the hell, guys, like, and found out they didn't even get my messages because I'd been blocked because of something I'd given Sam crap about. They're like, well, we didn't appreciate how he talked to us, we blocked him, and I'm like, well, if you guys don't. Like, if you guys don't unblock me, then you guys aren't getting Alex over there at your house anymore, because we're all in the same chat when it comes to arranging like pick up and drop off of the grandkid. And it's like, if I'm blocked, then that means that I can't communicate with two of the parental figures, and then I guess we'll just not have him come over. Oh, we unblocked you, blah blah.
Yeah.
Deb totally bypassed me and went to Aaron on that. It was like, yeah, like Chris is really disrespectful, and like I'm about to block him too. And I went off on her in the public chat with everybody in there, like, Deb, that's bullshit, and you need to. like this is not, like I understand that for whatever reason you think that Aaron makes all the decisions for the entire household, but we all communicate over here. Like everything you're saying to her, she's communicating to me and Allie. And so it's like I don't understand. It's weird because like
they don't respect you at all. It's just
pretty much.
It's pretty evident. It's pretty evident. They don't respect
it's
you.
Weird though because
they don't they don't respect Allie either.
Nope.
And they barely tolerate Aaron. That's why they only talk to her.
Yep.
They view Aaron. They view Allie as a child. You know what I mean? Even though she's not.
Yep.
She's the mother. They should be dealing with just her. Not everybody.
Yep.
But you guys are trying to be helpful. You know what I mean? And it seems like is way too many hands in the pot. You know what I mean?
Yep.
To really their detriment. It's really all it is. It's their fucking issues that are causing all this bullshit.
Yep. And I don't know, somewhere in that in the chat she's having with Deb, I guess the house out there in Missouri came up. So Aaron, of course, sent Deb like a photo of the house and told her the address and where it is. And Deb literally was seeing like all of a sudden, because the way Aaron kind of told me, Deb was like, oh wow, oh yeah, that's really nice, like that. And so Deb all of a sudden was like looking at the city where it's located, and like, yeah, it looks like a really good area, and basically like here, like I could help try to help you guys out with like finding like school stuff, whatever. And Aaron's like, that'd be awesome. And I'm like, so what? Now she's on board? That's like,
well, it's gonna happen whether she likes it or not. That's the thing. It's gonna happen.
Yep. I was like, but yeah, and of course Allie's like, yeah, well, we gave him 2 months notice, and that was their cue to have a conversation. And I was like, yeah, but they waited until May 1st to officially file with the court, and then she got served on May 7th, and we're supposed to leave in early June. And it's like, we're like, there wasn't even communication when they did the court thing when she was getting served. It was just basically like they attempted to serve Allie at work, and she was like, I wonder if this is them trying to pull some shit on me. And I'm like, probably, because I was like, do you have any other debts that you could be getting served for? She was, I don't think so. Like,
yeah.
So I was like, yeah, I said it's probably them trying to do a custody thing with the court, And I was like, crap. I'm like, yeah, well, I was like, I almost really I joked with her, like, oh, it would have been great if we could, like, before they could have served it, like, they would take off before we actually officially get served. Be like, oh, now you guys have to track us down out there.
Yeah.
But they, of course, they got her because they make multiple attempts each day of the key, and they, knocked at our door a couple times, and then they showed up at her work twice or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, they have their ways. They have their ways.
Yep. Alrighty, loaded back to Nashville. Just got myself dispatched, all the pre-trip, all that BS out of the way and stuff.
Yeah, I'm just got the Winchester and dropping my empty, picking up my loaded. Oh,
that was the funny part of listening to the last Raw chat. It's like, gotta go blow this load.
Oh yeah, yeah. She says that all the time.
She's got to go blow that load, hit the road.
Yep. I passed her yesterday on 81. She was on her way down here. I was going north.
Oh, wow.
She got on the radio, on the CB. She's like, Dad, no. I told her to call in, or I said she could call in if she wanted, and she might be busy or not working yet. I don't know. Who knows?
Yep.
Ugh.
Ooh.
Nice, clean trailer that I'm dropping off. Such a nice guy.
Yep.
Parked
Looks
between
like
the lines. But
one of the other
not gonna be
drivers here picking up some empty trailers, recognized them out of the truck. Like, yep, that's one of our trucks.
One of the new trucks or the old ones?
Well, these are the current trucks that they just switched the numbers and stuff on.
Oh yeah.
So,
Well, maybe you can actually use those numbers now.
well, no, we're still
try to remember the old numbers.
Well, I guess currently we're still dispatching with the original truck numbers.
Oh, okay.
I don't know when they're going to change that, but I'll be out of here anyway. Because
yeah,
we'll still be
hopefully
using
a newer
numbers.
truck that works properly.
I don't mind the one I've
where
been
you
in
can raise
lately.
your seat up or the radio.
Because everything works. Yeah, everything works in the current truck. It's just no complaints. Could use the radio. The funny thing with the radio in this truck though is like every so often the radio just shuts off. Like it's probably like every half hour or so. Like all of a sudden, like I'll realize why is it not playing, and I'll look. Oh wait, the radio's off. That's why. So I'll just reach up, hit the button. It'll say welcome and powering on again, and then it'll do the whole. Where you give it a second, it says connecting the phone, and then I'll switch over to Bluetooth, and then the podcast episode starts playing again. So it's like, all right, cool, here we go.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Only problem with the new numbers now, though, is that now I can see our trucks around, and I don't recognize the trucks because I don't recognize the numbers.
Yeah.
Because the numbers are like the brand new numbers. Like we had like numbers like this one was like 159 745. Now it's like 552 323 or something. So it's really, and there's ones like thankfully they all start with the same initial numbers, but everything's different as far as all the other numbers. So I'll see a truck and I'll just recognize I'll be like, I think that's one of ours. And then I'll see the Centurion on the side, like, all right, cool, yeah, that's one of ours. But I'm like, I don't know who it is though, because I don't know which truck it is.
I saw a Centurion truck at Flying J the other day, but it wasn't FedEx. Probably just some random owner-operator calls his company that.
Yep.
He's hauling a reefer trailer.
Yeah, we gotta switch our mail over. Do the whole mail forwarding, mail stop, whatever. So like, Erin's been waiting for a package for the past month, and I guess the other day it said it was delivered, and yeah, she checked the mailbox and she went and checked with the office to see if it was down there, and there's no sign of any So she's like, I don't know, it's bullshit. Fuck, you know. I'm like, all right, you know. So then, ever since then, it's like, hey, can you guys check the mailbox? Because there was a package that supposedly was delivered yesterday, blah, blah, blah. And so I was like, yeah, I guess before I go to bed, I'll walk down there and check. And I had a package that I ordered technically like 2 weeks before Mother's Day. You know, Mother's Day present for Allie and Aaron. And, of course, like, a couple of days before Mother's Day, I checked the tracking and it said it was estimated delivery was June 6th. I'm like, I'm not going to be here. So I was like messaging them going, so, like, is there anything you guys can do? Like, it hasn't even shipped yet. It's been 2 weeks. And it says it's going to get here on the 6th and we're moving. Like, oh, no, it shows it's shipped now. And like, oh, it's all good, sir. It's all good. I'm like, no, it's not. But okay, you know. I was like, if it gets here on the 6th and I'm not here, I was like, I will be, you know, messaging you guys and be like, yeah, I never received a package. Like, you guys delivered to the wrong address. But, you know, so when I checked the mail today, there was I guess there was a box for Sally, surprisingly. I guess it was Scholastic. It was a couple of books and stuff for, like, activity stuff for him to. And I was like, oh, cool, all right. And then, of course, there's a package for me, and I was like, huh. I wonder if that's the thing that I figured wasn't going to show up till after we leave. It's these little plushes that you turn them on and they simulate like a breathing motion. You know, like you can sleep as a little.
Oh yeah.
I saw those on a Facebook advertisement, so I was ordering one for Aaron, and it gets, you know, those are funny shit, man. You pay like $20 or $30 for an item, but then you get to like the end of it and says, "You want to pay $5 to get another one?" I'm like,
oh yeah,
sure.
Aaron's trying. They're upselling, yeah.
Well, like $5 for a second item that I paid $25 for initially, and I'm like, sure, I'll pick one out for Allie too. Why not? You know?
Yeah. Well, that's how it works.
Yep. So. Literally came upstairs like, hey, Allie, I know it's late, but happy Mother's Day. She was, oh, wow. Oh, thank you, Dad. I was like, I didn't think we were going to get them. I thought they were going to show up after we left, but apparently they got here now. Because the tracking info still didn't say shit on them. So, like, I kept checking them every so often, and it would still say, like, yeah, it's en route. But no other updates. And it's like, okay, I don't know if it's going to show up here or not, you know? But still. But then Erin, I guess, when she came home, because I told her, like, yeah, I had a package for Alex, I had a package for me that I didn't tell her. I didn't tell her it was the Mother's Day gift until, like, after I woke up, and then she eventually came down from taking her nap, too. I went and handed her the bag and was like, happy Mother's Day. She was, what's this? Oh, wow. Because the one that I got her was they got Allie the otter, one of the otter ones, and I got Erin the Stitch from Lilo and Stitch.
Oh, okay.
So it was a little Stitch plushie that was like really, really like the kind of like a velvety texture, really soft. She goes, wow, this feels like the texture of the Stitch feels like sage. And I was like, oh wow, I came over and felt it. Oh yeah, that's pretty soft for a plush. So of course then it was all right. Well, do we have to take the little box out from inside? You have to put batteries in so that way it can do whatever it's got to do. So then. You know, we were looking to see if we had the batteries, which we have AA's, but I guess it takes AA's, so we didn't have any of those.
Yeah, we got AA's, but no AA's.
Yep.
And if it was AA, you would have AA's and no AA's. That's how it works.
Pretty much. Yep. And usually when the one that you do have, you know, usually you have a big ass box of them, but then you don't have any of the other ones. One of those bulk orders you get from Amazon that has like, hey, well, guess what? We have 30 AA batteries.
Yeah.
But absolutely
never gonna need one again. Yeah.
Yep.
Shit.
Yep. So. Yeah, Zoe's been active on like breakfast burritos lately. She's like, hey, can you bring home? I request burritos. Like, okay, you know. So, but a few times I got a couple of those frozen boxes, you know, from the grocery store, which they're smaller, obviously, but they're still. She's like, those are pretty good, but you know, like I wish they were bigger. I'm like, yeah, I don't. So
that's what she said.
Pretty much. But so then the other day I swung through Sonic, and I got a couple of I got like 4 of the ultimate meat and cheese burritos. It's like a little over $4 per burrito, so it's not, and they're pretty good size. So I thought, well, I'll get 4 of those and take them home. You know, that way I'll grab one, give one to Zoe, and that means there's one for Allie and Aaron if they want one, or which I guess Allie had hers, but Aaron was like, I wasn't feeling very well, so I didn't eat mine. So it was in the fridge. So then yesterday morning, Zoe goes, I requested breakfast burrito. I said fridge with a little smiley face, and she goes, oh, I thought that was someone else's. I said, nope, it's up for grabs if you want it. She goes, I stole it. I said, all right. I was like, that's why I got 4 of them. I figured if somebody didn't eat one, there's an extra, so that way I had a feeling you'd be messaging saying, can I have the burritos in the fridge? Yep, go for it. I was like, even if it was someone else's, we could always get another one, you know.
Yep.
If they don't eat it, it's in the fridge. Sometimes it's like, I'm just gonna steal it because you know, you didn't eat it, so I should put your name on it and lay claim to it. But this morning I tried to go to Taco Bell though, because I had stopped through there for breakfast one time, probably within the past 6 months.
Their breakfast is good.
Yeah, I don't know which burrito I had, but the one I had, I thought, damn, that's really good. It filled me up pretty good. Good flavor to it. Wasn't too expensive. I think I paid like $6 for the total, like for the meal. Like I had the burrito, a hash brown, and like a small orange juice or something. It was like $6. I'm like, I like that. That's nice. But I came through like 10:30 after Google and hey, what time does Taco Bell stop for breakfast? And it's like 11 o'clock. I'm like, oh, cool. So I pulled in there.
Before that.
Yeah. You know, but so I get up there and of course they had the lunch stuff already up there. And I had asked like, oh, what time do you guys stop serving breakfast? The lady I was talking to claimed that, well, we haven't done breakfast for like 5 months. I'm like, what? She was, yeah, we don't do breakfast anymore. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was like, I literally got breakfast here, you know, not that long back or whatever. And she was, yeah, it's probably been like 5 or 6 months. I'm like, I might have to go through there earlier in the day, you know, just kind of check to see because I think she's full. I don't think they would have. Yeah, I don't think they would have done away with breakfast altogether. That doesn't make sense.
Well, maybe not that one. I mean, they didn't. But my issue with them is they don't start serving breakfast till like 9 o'clock. They don't open till like 9 o'clock. Which doesn't make any fucking sense. Well, at least the one by me. Because I remember going there at like 8 o'clock, 8:30 or whatever, and they weren't even open yet. I'm like, what the fuck?
So yeah,
you're advertising breakfast, but you ain't open?
I don't even know what time that one opens either, but it's not an old location, but it's an old location, but it's newer because they shut it down for a while to like remodeled.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if they open at 9, then maybe they don't do breakfast at all, you know, because 10:30 was only like figure breakfast for like what, an hour and a half doesn't quite, you know, doesn't make sense. But I'll have to check it out and see because I told Zoe in the chat I was like, well, Bug, I was gonna bring home Taco Bell burritos to see, you know, try out a couple different kinds of burritos, you know, bringing them home for the fam, whatever. So we kind of get can decide which one we like the best and stuff. And I was like, but they said they don't do breakfast anymore at that one. She goes, that's weird. I'm like, yeah. And of course, the drive-thru I was kind of pinned in because it's right next to a brick wall, and you know, so like you're, you know, especially in the Ram, I'm already going. I really don't like being in that area because I'm like, so like I was kind of trying to like be very careful to not hit, like scrape either side, you know.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, you don't do breakfast. Well, shit. So it's like, do I drive through and just drive off? And I was like, let me go ahead and get a Nachos Del Grande.
Yeah, can't go wrong with those.
Yeah, because it's like, I don't, you know, like I'll do Taco Bell breakfast, but I try not to do their lunch and dinner stuff because like, it gives me a wicked heartburn or whatever. Because I stopped for 2 years after getting sick on them, you know.
Yeah, that was that was like the tomatoes or whatever, wasn't it, back then?
I think it might have been the lettuce, actually. I heard that if it's the
lettuce.
Around,
yeah. There was something.
And I don't know, everything tasted fine. You know, like it still tasted good, but then shortly afterwards I was like, I have an aftertaste going on. I don't know what the heck. and then went to the bathroom for 2 hours afterwards. Like, yeah, I had to work the next morning too. Still, I was like out here running loads to different customers and whatever, and basically sipping water and taking anti-nausea stuff the whole day or whatever. Going, I feel like crap. But then, it passed by the time I got done with my day, and actually, you know how it is when you go from like being food poisoned to like all of a sudden you're better, all of a sudden you're fucking starving. It's like, holy crap, I haven't eaten in like a day and a half. Like I need to get something now. So it's like Chinese buffet on my way home from the hub that night or whatever. Like, were you sick last night? I was like, yeah, but now I'm hungry as hell.
Lay off me, I'm starving.
Yep.
Turn into a monster.
Have a Snickers.
Yeah.
Because you're no fun when you're
turned into Danny DeVito.
But yeah, having Janelle on the raw chat definitely makes the for a fun night.
No, we're boring. We're boring. I told her she might be busy. I don't know.
Yep. Like we ended, and you guys get on the phone. Like, hey, I'm gonna call you back. She's on the phone. Oh, okay.
Getting her nails did. I don't know. That was like a joke when she can't come around. Oh, she's getting her nails done.
Got a girl up.
Yeah. Well, no, she like used that as an excuse one day and we just never let her live it down.
Oh, gotcha.
Like back when when she first came on and started working at Dumbware, it was like, yeah. It's like, oh, I can't do that second loan. I have a nail appointment. Like, yeah, you're never gonna live that down.
Yep.
No, you don't understand. Like, they're so hard to get an appointment, and I can't reschedule. It'll be another 2 weeks. Like, think about what you're saying. Think about it.
Yep.
Think about it.
Yep.
And we have never forgotten.
Like, so it kind of makes me think of those. There's a reel I saw where this guy was playing a prank on his wife. He goes, she's totally gonna fall for this. So he before she leaves, her phone is on the counter. He takes a picture of her phone, and then of course she comes in, grabs her phone, and gives him a kiss, "Love you, babe. See you later." And he texts her a picture of her phone. It says, "You left your phone here."
Yeah.
And he watches on the camera as she gets out to the car, looks at her phone, and then she comes back in, and goes, "So where's my phone? Like, where's it at?" He's like, "What are you talking about?" She goes, "You sent me a picture of your phone." I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" Like, "No, you sent me a picture. Where is it, love? I gotta go." Okay, well, how did you get the picture from me? You texted it to me. Okay, that think that through. And she goes, "Oh."
It wasn't the blonde brewer, was it?
No, it was a different one actually.
He does shit like that. He does shit like that though. Her.
Yep, but I think I saw him do that one too. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of that is set up or whatever. Like it's a skit or a bit. You know what I mean?
But I could see someone falling for that because like it's like when somebody it's like my dad is when growing up he'd come in the room, he'd wearing his hat and glasses or whatever, and be like, "Hey, have you seen my hat or my glasses?" Or whatever. We'd be looking at.
Well, yeah, no, that's for sure.
Or carrying I've seen somebody where they literally have their phone in their hand and they're using their phone flashlight, and they're looking for their phone.
Yeah.
And then they realize it because, of course, the dad, the mom, because they're recording this because the mom is like looking under the bed, shining the flashlight, looking in the closet, going, "I don't know where the hell it could be," and the dad and the daughter look at each other like, well, what are you looking for, Mom? Like, my phone, I can't find it. And then they both look at each other like, Mom, like what are you using to look for your phone? Oh, my flashlight right here. Like, what's your flashlight a part of? And she looks at it and goes, son of a bitch. Because I can't believe I did that, whatever. And I'm like, but if you're tired enough, it's totally doable. I haven't done that extreme, but I've done little stuff where I'm like looking for something or I'm trying to figure something out only to realize that I technically already had figured it out or whatever. It was like, oh crap, I already did that. Like I brought that up to the bedroom, or you already had it plugged in upstairs or something. It was like going, I need to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Yep. The blonde brewer, man, that's pretty funny shit though. All the times that he's been clunked upside the head by whatever she's throwing at him.
Oh yeah. Blonde brewer, yeah. With yeah. And they have a kid now too, so they have all those newborn jokes and shit.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
Javier and Ava are pretty funny too.
I don't know if I heard of them.
They're pretty. Cause I've seen them and the blonde brewer are pretty. They're up there as far as like activity.
Oh
level.
yeah, okay.
Like kind of like the Hispanic or Puerto Rican. I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he always acts like he's afraid of her, like she's that hard ass, like she's like the jealous girlfriend, whatever, and gonna beat up other chicks that are flirting with him or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I think the first one I saw was something about like, where she's sitting down on her phone on the table and he said something about like, hey, do you mind if we get like a second wife? And she's like, second wife? He's like, yeah, it's like spice things up because kind of get a little boring, whatever. And she was, oh, let me go grab some nuts really quick. He was, oh, we don't have any nuts. She's like, no, I think I got this. He said, no, we got to go to the store. And of course you hear a, she's like, these are mine. I don't share my nuts. You still want it? He said, no, I'm good. I don't need a second wife anymore. I'm good.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man. Then there's the one chick that's like, was either walking up with like a Subway outfit or a Starbucks outfit, and she walks up and then usually like makes like a passive kind of like an inappropriate comment towards the end of it, like, hey, I got your such and such with extra cream, and he's like, oh, thank you, and she's like, oh, I could get some of your extra cream. He's like, what? She's like, huh? Yeah. She walks away, whatever.
Yeah, no, I missed that one. You know how the algorithm is. It just keeps repeating the same shit that you watch over and over and over again.
Versus like my wife on TikTok or whatever, like I swear I get like 100 videos a day sent to me or whatever. She's, have you seen such and such I sent you? Like, probably not. Like,
yeah. Well, you do the same thing to me. And I send you like the funniest shit, and you never look at it. And go, okay, cool.
I look at it,
Yeah.
I sometimes might need to be reminded what you sent me, because by the time we talk about it, I'd be like, oh yeah,
I know.
I remember.
Yeah, I don't even remember. Come on. I don't have time anymore for shit like that.
Yep. Well, when we do,
there's more important
like,
things in the world. Like, write books. That, nobody will probably ever read, but.
Gotta get them published, though, man,
I know.
You're gonna have, like, a dozen books before you finally publish.
Yeah, well.
At least you'll be pretty well off at that point, though, because you'll publish dozens of them all at once and be like, hey, suddenly you have, Dave's buying family
one of these
house.
will take off. Yeah. One of these will take off eventually. No, but it's good. The more you do it, the better you get. You know, the easier. Well, I don't want to say the easier it becomes, but the more you try to experiment and do different things and see what works, what doesn't work.
It's like muscle memory, you know, like you just kind of.
Yeah.
And I force myself to do it. It's kind of, it helps with like the mental health stuff too. If you're kind of like feeling out of it or whatever, sometimes I'll be like, I gotta be proactive. I gotta sit down and actually get some stuff done. I get an episode recorded, whatever. Then I feel a little bit better in general because I've actually done something.
Yeah.
You know, versus like just lay around and be like, I don't really feel like doing anything right now. Because then you still feel the same. You don't feel any better. You don't necessarily feel worse, but gotta at least be working towards something, you know?
Yeah.
Try to, I mean, eventually, obviously, love to get the podcast monetized, but, you know, I have no idea what to do with that. But, of course, again, like, my free time is pretty limited. Most of the time, I'm not going to be spending that, you know, not spending that free time trying to basically figure everything out all the time and then basically go back to work. It's like, no, I try to, you know, enjoy time with the fam. Still trying to get stuff done, but I'm not like, all right, I'm going to spend my days off focusing on this. That would be for like if I took a month off.
Yeah.
Aaron sent me something, I don't remember if it was a TikTok or not, but it was I guess she might have been on Facebook. There was some article about or this little meme or whatever showed this like a lighthouse type location out in the ocean where it's like for $4 billion for a year, but you know.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Like could you do it? And of course, like Aaron said that to me, and I said if we could have an internet connection like satellite internet. And I said, if I could bring my computer and books and whatnot and stuff like that. I said because I would work on my writing. I would be watching different shows throughout the year or whatever. And I kind of figured that was probably that you probably say that because I know that with all your experience being alone out there on the road, that you probably actually not mind it too much. And I was like, well, I would just love the downtime. You know, the free time to basically decide, hey, I'm going to spend a couple hours working on writing. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that, whatever. You know, hell, you could do start a brand new YouTube channel and do that for the year too and probably have that monetized before you finish that year.
Mhm.
But I was like, I'll totally do it. I was like, as long as you're not like fully off the grid, because that would suck. Like, where you don't have, because one of them was like, oh yeah, you lose power at like 8 o'clock at night. You know, and I was like, well, I would bring one of those little generators, you know.
That disqualifies you, sorry.
Well, that's the thing, because it's like, I couldn't see them having like absolutely no power at all, like after 8 o'clock, you know, because what it's like, all right.
Yeah, and it's a lighthouse, you know what I mean? Like, they have to have, that light needs to work. It's there for a reason.
Yeah.
You know.
So I was like, I'd do it, you know. Go out and do something like that for like extreme living for a year to then be like, all right, I'm retired. But then you read the comments and it's like, yeah, this is totally fake. Nothing like that exists. Like no opportunity like that exists. So I'm like, I'd do it.
Yeah, it's just a discussion. It's not real, you know. It's not like a real contest, I should say.
It's like, hell, if there was like an extreme like trucking thing, like kind of like the ice road, like, hey, come up here and run this one load. We'll pay like $500,000 for the one load. I'd be like, all right, well, what's the danger to it? Like, what am I risking? Like, you know, I want to make sure that you're not extreme to the point that I, you know, have a high chance of dying in the process. Because then I'm like, yeah, fuck that. But you know, if it's like, oh, you have to go away for 4 months or whatever to run this like long ass trip across this really bad climate or whatever, and you're idle in the truck.
The Australian bush, you know, those guys are fucking nuts. Pulling those land trains. You think doubles are bad? Try pulling like 6 trailers, dude. They do. It's crazy.
I can pull them. I'm not going to try to maneuver them off the highway though.
Yeah, no, I mean there's no turning them motherfuckers. It's like village to village, you know. There was a show back way back when about that. That was a short series, but it was interesting. But you know, it's like they're driving on the wrong side of the road. Oh no! Because it's Australia, they all drive on the right.
They drive on the left.
Yeah.
Well, right side.
Well,
of
I mean
left.
the steering wheel's on the right side of the vehicle.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Yep.
Very weird.
That would feel really weird.
Yeah, well, this feels weird to them. I mean.
Yep.
Ask any Brit or Australian that comes over here. Anywhere where they drive on the left.
So
I'm having that debate. It's funny you talk about that.
That which one?
No, it's funny we talk about that because I'm having that debate with my changed history book. You know, that I was talking about if there was no Revolutionary War. And we adopted, whether we would have right side of it, like I've debated that. I talk about like vehicles and stuff, but I haven't really talked about that yet. I haven't figured that out yet. But that's what's fun about it. Yeah, like there's no, not that, but like using the metric system instead of what we use here. That's definitely in there. These saying meters instead of miles,
kilometers and stuff.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like that's definitely in there, but I haven't decided yet whether they're gonna what side of the road. I might not even bring it up. Just leave it up to the reader. That's always fun too.
Yep.
And there's a lot of all sorts of other stuff I'm figuring out. Anyway. Go ahead. You were saying something.
But like a while back, I know McDonald's had they had chicken strips for a while, and then they were gone for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'd had them once, and I didn't care for them because you get like partway through the chicken tender, and it was like you get like a little bit where it's like kind of chewy, and I was like, yeah, I get something. I get it one time like that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm done. Like
they didn't cook it long enough or whatever.
And so now they got chicken strips again. They're McCrispy strips or whatever, and I'd be like, yeah, but are they any better than the last time? So tonight I didn't really need a lot, so I was like, instead of getting a burger, I was like, yeah, I'll try the strips. But I also got like a McChicken because I thought just in case I don't like the chicken tenders, I would just have wouldn't just have the fries. I would have the sandwich at least or whatever. So I got like 2 tenders in, and I got most of the way through the second tender, and then just like way back in the day, I was like,
same shit, huh?
Where the tasted okay, but you get that little texture issue, and I literally threw the rest of them away and eat the chicken. I was like, yeah, fuck that. Like, I don't know what the deal is with them and chicken tenders.
They're not cooking them long enough.
So I was like, yeah.
The oil's not hot enough that they're frying them in, whatever.
Yep. So I was like, well, at least I wanted to try them so that way I could be like, yeah, I'm good,
Hey, they got a hotline. Call them up and complain about it. You and 1,000 other people.
Yep. Because like the nuggets, never have an issue with them, but the chicken strips, they ate the first one, was like, all right, that was pretty good. Started the second one, got like halfway through, it was like, there it is. Yep.
Yep, there it is. Disgusting.
It was like literally, you get that one part of it, and you can't eat any of the rest. So
Yeah, no, I haven't tried them. I guess I won't. Neither.
Yep. Nope, there's better stuff there.
Oh
Which
yeah.
kind of sucks because I'm a big chicken strip guy. Like I love the especially when as far as like diabetic, it's technically chicken strips are a little bit better than like the burger. Health wise, a little bit
It all
healthier
depends.
because you're not getting quite as many carbs as you would if you eat like a burger where you get in the bun and all that stuff. But
Yeah.
they got to be cooked right. Got to at least taste good. Otherwise, I'm like, fuck it, I'll just get the burger.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, I went in there figuring I was going to get like a 10-piece nugget, but then I was like, I'll try the strips. I've been hearing about them. I've been there when
Yeah, hopefully they
people
changed them. They took them away to change them because they were,
they weren't
well, it
really
doesn't
good
sound
last
like it.
time. Because they look different. I mean, they technically they look better than they did before, but they still had the texture issue. So I was like, I'll pass, thank you. I'm good. Yep.
Yeah, so
this week will be...
yesterday, go ahead.
Yeah. No, go for it. What's...
No, yesterday, I had my first, I didn't say it's a major issue with this truck, but, so I, came in, delivered to Chambersburg, and I had to go back and reload that trailer that I just unloaded.
Yeah.
Dropped that, and then I picked up another trailer that was dead, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think that it's dead. It needs to be washed. We can't use it again until it gets washed on the inside. So I pull it up to the front because I still have the paperwork for that load I did. I got to drop that in the office for the guy that's going to deliver it.
Yep.
And my manager was walking out of the office. He was going out, smoke a cigarette or whatever. And I'm like, hey, he's like, hey, what are you up to? I'm like, I'm picking up that trailer. I'm just dropping off the paperwork for this load I did. And he's like, oh, yeah. He's like, and I'm like, I hooked up to it and the blowdown was closed. I opened it and it let a bunch of air out. He's like, yeah. He's like, I meant to do that, but I have to talk to that driver who had that trailer last, because that's part of the reason that trailer got rejected and has mold in it because he never opened the blowdown and there was moisture in there, and what you get when you have moisture.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And so part of the deal, that's just part of our job is, we got to make sure that blowdown is open when the trailer's not being actively unloaded. It could keep the pressure out of the trailer. But these guys come in and they forget, you know what I mean? Or whoever trained them wasn't adamant about it. Like when I was taught how to do this job, that was the number one thing. And I try to teach every guy that I train, same thing. First thing you do when you hook up their trailer, after you hook up the air lines and everything, you start doing your pre-trip on that trailer, you fucking look at that blowdown.
Yep.
If it's not open. That's the first thing you do. Because that's what separates, because, we have a lot of guys come in, never did pneumatic trailers before. They have no idea. You never had to do that in a van. You never had to open a little hatch or anything. You know what I mean? You would check the inside of it, open the doors and make sure it's empty or whatever, or the seal if it was loaded.
Yeah.
But this
make sure
is
there's
very
no
important.
key lock on it.
Yeah, it's very important to make sure that blowdown is open, especially if you're empty and you got to go get it loaded. Because anyway, I'm getting off topic. So I was telling him about that. He's like, yeah, I had to. He's like, I put a new cap on it on the product pipe, and I didn't check, and he's a manager, you know what I mean? He wasn't a driver or anything, which is fine. And he's new to, I mean, he's been here 2 years now. But like he knew exactly what he did, like he knew that he's like, yeah, I didn't even look. I should have looked and opened it. But, it happened, it let all the air out, so then I just, I forgot about it. And the trailer sat there for like 4 days. Constantly being heated and cooled and heated and cooled. Anyway, besides the point.
Yep.
This is all like just everything leading up. Like we're having this. He's like, I got this hose. It was rejected at the mill too, for you to take. And I'm like, yeah. Unfortunately, the trailer I had doesn't have any real storage on it, so I had to roll the hose up and put it on my catwalk on the trailer on the truck. I have straps and stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm in there the whole time talking to him. I shut my truck off because I knew, I was going to be in there, and I try not to keep it running all the time. It's just better for these new trucks, and we talked about this before. They're not built to idle like the old ones were. But I'm in a day cab, so I'm not really idling a lot anyway. A lot of the times that we're sitting idling, and we're not even idling, the truck is running because we're unloading. We set the RPMs to like 1,900, sometimes 1,200, depending on where I'm unloading.
Yep.
So we're not idling technically, but anyway. So we get the hose on. Well, I get the hose on. I have to roll it up. I put it on the catwalk, secure it in there. All right, see you later. I get in my truck and it won't start. Now the key it was completely off. It kept saying to shift it into neutral. It was in neutral. It came up with like these error codes. I'm like, what the fuck? So, I'm like, he's like, oh, try, he was just like laughing because apparently this has happened to other trucks.
Man.
It's some kind of like, it gets into like this state sometimes, especially when you're constantly starting and stopping it. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, I just went to the mill, I loaded, you got to shut the truck off when you load. And it started up fine, I drove it over there and then did all what I had to do and then shut it off again. So it was like, didn't really drive around much, but it had like fault, like transmission fault, which was, So he's like, yeah, you gotta turn the key on and off like 5 times. Leave it, turn it on, shut it off for like a minute, turn it back on again, do that like 5 times. That is supposedly you're supposed to reset it or whatever. That didn't work. You know what I mean? So he had he's like, all right, just give me a minute. He had to make a phone call and then he came out. Basically, we had to disconnect the battery, leave it disconnected for like 10 minutes, and then put it back on. And then it started up fine. Like it reset the code or whatever. Because like it said that something wasn't programmed. It was saying all this shit. I'm like, this is fucking crazy. Now I don't want to shut my truck off. I'm back to like, I'm not shutting my truck off anymore. Yeah, he was like, that's fine. They don't really give us a hard time about idling.
Man.
Because, even the guys in the sleepers, they don't have APUs, so they can't fucking bitch.
Yep.
But, now I'm just like, great. Now I gotta, even when I'm getting fuel, like I have to stop and get fuel in like 20 miles. I have to let it run. I mean, I don't mind letting it run while I get fuel. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
It's diesel.
Yeah.
For anybody that listens, diesel has a higher threshold for ignition. Unlike gasoline, where a little spark can set it off. Anyway,
I always get a kick out of it when some truckers talk about, yeah, we'll pull it off and the truck stopped to gas up the truck.
Yeah.
And like you didn't gas it up.
Yeah, you put diesel in it.
Go through when I went through trucking school in Sierra England, literally like they joked about that quite a bit. They're like, it's not gas, it's fuel. It's
yeah, yep.
Pulled over to get gas. Like, all right, I've actually talked to a lot of drivers that literally even with FedEx will be random chatting with the driver or whatever. Yeah, I pulled off to get gas, whatever, and just gonna gas up or whatever. And I'm like,
well,
I don't say
hope
anything,
you didn't put.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't put gasoline in there. You're not gonna get very far.
They're the ones that'll probably be out walking outside the truck in flip flops,
Yep.
Climbing out face first,
Just like the guy I saw rolled over the weekend, or on Friday last week. Oh, Monday. That was Monday. Sorry. Excuse me. That was Monday this week on Memorial Day. It was a over the road guy. He was standing right there talking to the cops with track pants, flip flops, and fucking white T-shirt.
Oh.
His truck was taking a nap on the median, or on the half on the road, half off the road, I should say.
Man.
Yep. Right in the
Probably
83-81 split.
Probably had a foot up on the dash.
Probably. Going around a 50-mile-an-hour curve with like 70. Even though it's a 55 through there. Like there's no way, there's no reason for anybody to crash there other than they're going too fast. Because it's a 55 mile an hour and it's a 50 mile an hour ramp. Okay? There's no way, unless you're going excessive speeds, that you should roll over there.
Yep.
And then the next morning there was a FedEx on us taking a nap. I think it had a 53 too.
Okay.
That was at the 13 in West Virginia, southbound. And he did it great. He did it right though, Chris. He was all the way off the road, taking a nap in the grass.
Yep. Yeah, whenever getting loaded out there in Lebanon, up until recently, they'd be like, we'd check in, we'd see what trailers are grabbing, and, you go find whatever trailer. Usually the front trailer would already be, or the rear trailer would already be loaded and ready, but it would still be in the dock door, but the front one would still be loaded, so that's the heavier one. So you go and you find the rear trailer, you put the dolly in front of it, and then, once everything shows that they're closed and pretty much ready to go, you go check. Obviously, you look back there to make sure the door's closed or whatever. And then you go ahead and start setting your dolly up. Like, I'd have the dolly attached to the front trailer, and I'd just wait until it says closed. And then you just back up, or you get a green light, and you go and back it under your back trailer, and then you pull it off the door a couple feet or whatever, and then you go back there to hook everything up. But a couple weeks back, they started literally being like making it a point to tell us you cannot pull a trailer off the door. You must wait until the switcher comes out there and pulls it a couple. Like they'll pull it a few feet. They'll pull like 2 or 3 feet or whatever forward, so that way you could hook up to it. You're not pulling it away from the door technically. There's a few of the facilities that they're since day one, that's how they do it. Like literally, like when you go to hook up a trailer, it'll already have been pulled off the door a couple feet. And so you're like, all right, cool, but I guess now Lebanon and Mount Juliet are doing that as well. Possibly Nashville, but I haven't, like, anytime I get loaded trailers at Nashville, they're usually already, like, in back or, they're staged somewhere. Yeah, so, like, I was waiting for the rear trailer, which instead of setting the dolly up in front of it, I was parked off to the side a little bit, I found the trailer, but I was kind of like, where you got the docks on your right side, you're just kind of like parked waiting. And a switcher came over, and he saw me. He pointed at the trailer and kind of did this whole little, like, mouth of words, are you taking that one? And I just nodded and said, yeah, I gave him a thumbs up. And so he hooked up to it, and he pulls out, and he kind of leans out the door and goes, where do you want it? And I said, can you face it that way towards the gate? Because it'd be easier for me to get out that way. He goes, oh, yeah, absolutely. So he said that he dropped it, and then he, of course, like, I was putting the dolly in front of it. He parked beside the trailer, and I'm thinking, like, he could have, like, I don't know why he's waiting. Like, what does he want? Because I guess, once I went back there to go ahead and set the dolly down, he got out and, like, came out of his truck and came over. He's like, hey, do you have a new BC or whatever? And I'm like, I don't know what that means, but probably manager. And I was like, well, we were WSI, but now we're Centurion or whatever. I was like, my manager is Jimmy. He goes, oh, so you're one of Jimmy's drivers. Oh, cool. He goes, yeah, he's my brother-in-law. And like, I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. I kind of commented about how we used to be able to pull it off the door, but now I've noticed they've changed that recently. And he's like, oh, yeah, you can thank somebody over at East Nash. They come out and do that.
Left something in there.
Like, I guess somebody, they didn't look to make sure it was closed, so they pulled it away, and he said one of his trainers was technically in the back of the trailer, and when the guy went to drive away, the guy was like standing with his tiptoes on the very edge of the trailer, and he had a hold of the little net on the side. And so he had a hold of something, so that way he didn't fall out. But he goes, ever since that happened, the manager in that facility basically was like, no other driver is ever going to pull a trailer off the dock of this facility again. And so now we basically, that's what we're doing is we have to wait for them to, which is not, I mean, it sucks because it takes a little bit longer because you can't just have everything fully set up and wait for them to, wait for that back one to be ready, and you just back under it, hook it up to it, and, like, you can't drag a 53 off a door before you hook up the airlines, but, like if you already have a pup and a dolly attached to you, you can hook up to that back dolly or that back trailer and actually pull it from the door before you even hook anything up. Like, you can literally drag it forward a little bit, like a couple feet, so you have, like, you go back there and hook everything up versus, like, get out, hook up, and then get back in and drive it forward a couple feet to then go back there and get your seal. Like, you can literally hook up to it. But a 53, obviously you can. Like, your truck's not going to pull it forward. But, it was easier. But, I understand why they're doing it now. Because all it takes is one driver to do something stupid. All of a sudden everybody's having to do.
Who got lazy and complacent and
just hooked up and just drive off or whatever, almost killed somebody.
Yep.
It's like,
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I think anytime that's happened, I think that driver basically gets disqualified by FedEx.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
So somebody's like, well, crap, you were fired. Now you got to go find another job. I don't think it's anything that they can't go get another job because they didn't roll a truck or whatever, but they just basically get let go.
Yeah.
But
they can do it for any reason. Any reason.
Yep.
And that, they're not, they shouldn't tolerate things like that.
Nope. That's why it's always better to go back there and take a peek anyway, because if you at least see the trailer door closed, even if the dock door is still open, then it's safe to pull forward. Because, all right, cool, trailer door's closed, nobody's in there. I've had it before, though.
I guess they don't have lights on all them doors, huh?
Well, they do, but you can't see them from outside. Like when you're back, it's like inside the middle part, like right in the hanging down from the middle part of the ceiling. Like shining into the trailer.
Okay.
But some dock doors though, they have this little they'll have how they got the little rubber padding on the sides of the dock. Sometimes they'll have a hole there. And so you can literally peek through and be able to see, or sometimes they'll have like a mirror that's angled in a way that you could go back there and you can look and you can see the back of the trailer through the mirror, so you can be like, oh cool, like I can see the door.
Isn't that fancy? Yeah.
But a lot of times you can't see shit. Like I have to literally I'll look up underneath or I'll try to try to like push back some of the rubber siding to see if I can get back there. So it's like, I can't
peek
see
under her dress, huh?
or you can't see the trailer door, but you can see up enough of a up the dress that then you can see that the dock door is down. So I'm like, all right, cool, the dock's closed, so no one's back there.
Yeah, that means there shouldn't be anybody back there.
Yep.
Unless they're having a kip.
I mean, I pulled when I did a single, I think, to Knoxville, I think, last week, and it was a single pup, and I was looking for it the whole time because I'm not used to them being on the door, because usually by the time I'm trying to find them, they've been pulled off. But this one was still on the door, and I was called, but the location showed it was a different area of the parking lot too, so I was passing by everything and looking at all the trailers, and I even was looking at certain parts of the docks, going like checking all the trailer numbers, and half an hour I'm driving around going, where the fuck is this trailer? So then I call, like, I guess I've been out here national enough that literally I call, they'll literally answer the phone. Hey, Blodgett, how's it going? Oh, hey. I said, how'd you know it was me? We got caller ID. Oh, okay, that's right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like,
that's a thing. The thing, caller ID. Every phone has it.
But it's like, oh yeah, I didn't think about that, Or like they'll whoever I'm talking to will know who I am, but I'll be like, but I don't know who you are though. Because most of them I've talked to quite a bit, like I'll recognize their voices, but I have no idea who the hell they are if I saw them in person. Like, hey, this is like hell, there's one named Caleb that I deal with a lot in Lebanon. Never met him, don't know what he looks like, but I've talked to him a lot, where I'm like, hey, Caleb, it's Blodgett. Oh, Blodgett, how's it going, man? Kind of has that, kind of sounds like a Southern. Hey, buddy, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Hey, Blodgett, what's up?
Yeah.
You up to?
No.
Gonna go do a bonfire tonight.
Well, sure.
Yep, so.
Count me in.
As long as there's beer.
That's right. Yeah, like our overnight shift dispatches like that. Well, we get the same people all the time because there's only like so many people in there, But they have caller ID, but they will say their name, when you call them. And
yep.
And I feel like I have a reputation of being friendly and jovial, so most of the time.
It's always they always say it the same way, like every time they answer the phone, be like, Light Hall, Caleb. Or one guy at Nashville was like, Nashville Light Hall, this is Ryan. How can I help you today? I'm like, hey Ryan, how are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm good. How are you, sir? Or what can I do for you? And I'm like, I have a problem. Otherwise, I obviously have a problem with that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be calling you. It's like, what's your truck number?
Nine, never mind.
Yep.
But we need your truck number so we can know how to help you. I'm not giving you that.
That's personal.
You have all my information. Yeah.
Well, it's funny when sometimes like they want you to do. Because there's been times where like that's why I'll enlist the I'll reach out to the manager, reach out to my boss or whatever. Because I've had times where they're expecting me to come in and do such and such, like, hey, they're going to send you to Lebanon to do this. And, like, National tries to tell me, like, oh, yeah, they just need to they're like, we can't dispatch you over there empty. Like, they have Lebanon dispatch.
Why not?
Bobtail over there, whatever. And I'm like, no, because that's like 40 miles each direction. That if I bobtail, I'm not getting paid for, and I'm not doing that. And they'll argue with me, they'll fight me. So I'll call and talk to my boss and be like, yeah, they're telling me this. He's like, hold on, you stand by.
Yeah.
And then he's like, and then of course he'll text a few minutes later, they're setting you up now. I'm like, so what is it that you say to them? They're like, me, the driver, trying to tell them this is what I was told I'm doing, but you're telling me I'm going to work for free, and I'm telling you I'm not going to do it.
Because it's too much work. Too much work for them to add trailers in there.
Or
bobtail.
Like last Friday, I did a couple of Bowling Green. I took a trailer up to Bowling Green to then do like 2 runs. I did a set back from Bowling Green to Murph, and then a set from Murph going back to Bowling Green, and then from there I went back to Nashville. But to go to Bowling Green initially, like I didn't have anything set up, and so I called Nashville, and they're like, "Yeah, we see a schedule for you out of Murph, but we don't see anything. Or we see like that you're in there for taking a trailer to Bowling Green from here, but we don't really need that done right now. So you might need to get in touch with Murph." And I'm like, "Okay." So then Murph was like, "Yeah, probably going to have you." We're going to set you up with an empty to go from there to Bowling Green, and then from there you're going to do a back-to-back. And they were like, go ahead and talk to Nashville. And I literally was like, can you call them and talk to them? Because I said, I already talked to them, and they were kind of throwing a fit about me taking an empty to go up to Bowling Green. And so they're probably going to give me a little bit of a hard time. It'd probably be easier if you dealt with it. He goes, yeah, I'll call them. Hold on. He puts me on hold, goes back. Oh, they're sending you up there with a 53. I'm like, cool. And I'm like, if I know they're gonna throw a fit sometimes and try to like drag their feet, like we don't want to send you up there, like you just bobtail. Like no, I'm not working for free. Like you guys want me to run, move,
you should be paid no matter what, whether you have a trailer or not. You still should be paid.
And I guess their FedEx's policy, I guess, is we don't get paid bobtail, but I guess if they dispatch as bobtail, then we get paid for it. But they'll try to sometimes be like, you just need a bobtail up there, and they'll just relocate your truck in the system so that way you can check in at that new facility. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to drive up there unpaid, and the company wants to get paid for the miles too, because we're doing it for FedEx.
Yeah, you don't work
for
FedEx. Yeah.
So I usually get
those guys get paid by the hour, so they don't care.
Yep.
They don't, why would they care if they got paid if they're bobtail or not? They get paid by the hour. They get paid for everything they do.
Yep. And the new bosses, from what I picked up on during the meeting, these bosses are a lot more hands-on. Like one of the owners literally doesn't have a family, like doesn't have a wife and kids, and he's out on the road, going to some of the different locations quite a bit throughout the year.
Oh, no kidding.
And actually, so they're more hands-on. Sounds like actually dealing directly with their drivers, and he even says like, yeah, we're not your bosses. We're your peers, your coworkers, whatever. We are technically the owners and the bosses, but we don't want you to look at us like that. And we're like, oh, cool, all right, He goes,
okay.
If you have any issues, whether it's good or bad, whatever, we want you to come to us if you need us, if there's something you need. And it sounds like they've had pretty high retention. Like they have drivers who've been with them for like 10 plus years. I'm like, well, that's good,
Yeah, that is a good sign. Yeah.
Plus the step up as far as all the benefits and stuff like that. I'm like, and I joked with my boss when he goes, "Oh, by the way, make sure to get on there, do the payroll, fill out all the stuff, like ASAP." And I said, "So we get raises?" Just kidding, kind of, not really,
Yeah.
I didn't get any response to that joke, like nothing at all, like not even a ha 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 ha. It's funny. Silent. I was like, damn.
Well, sometimes it's better left unsaid, especially if you're not gonna like the answer.
Yeah.
No, you're getting pay cuts. No, I doubt that.
I don't.
You'll be making at least the same.
That's what it sounds like. That everything pay wise is staying the same. And I did bring up though that with him, it's like, well, it would be nice, like, the longer you're with the company that you actually had, because hell, even with Cohen, you had like certain intervals. Like I think within 6 months that got bumped up. It was only a couple cents here, a couple cents there. You got nickel here, 10 cents there, per mile. But it was still like you were noticing. I think I started like 92 cents. I think by the time I was at like a year and a half with them before I left, I think it was at like $1.05. So
okay.
I had gone up. It had gone up. It wasn't like great, but it was still like March. If WSI hadn't been sold, March would literally be my third year with them, and I'm still at 60 cents a mile. So like that's been the same ever since I started. So that was nice for that to like even if it's a little bit here, a little bit there, but I do like the extra bonuses they offer and stuff like that, and the better PTO. So it's like I'll stay the same mileage wise. I don't care. As long as the other stuff's better. Better bonuses and whatnot. Can't argue with that.
No, not at all. No, I'm just pulling in Loves here, and there's a fucking driver like in the middle of the parking lot. 3 open lanes in front of him. Oh, he's trying to back into a spot. What a fucking asshole.
Yep. At least he's not parking along the curb or whatever.
Well, no, there was one coming in the driveway. Like, parked in the driveway along the curb. The entrance.
Yep,
It's foggy as fuck over here, too. Fueling. Can't forget to order my Wendy's, too.
To love the Wendy's?
Yeah, they have those new breakfast burritos here. They're so good.
Huh.
They put the breakfast potatoes in them. They're seasoned breakfast potatoes they got here.
Oh, yeah, yep. Not too bad.
See, look, my fucking RFID ain't working. So I gotta use my card. No, I was talking to you about the last time.
Yeah, I'm curious how that's going to go with the new company. Because they claim we don't have fuel cards, that we just use the RFID.
Pretty sure you'll have a backup.
I wonder if we'll probably have the FedEx fuel card that we have right now.
Yeah.
So that way we can fuel at the hub if we absolutely have to or whatever.
One moment, please. Authorizing diesel. Remove nozzle. Ah, screw you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you ever end up having the entire gang on a conference call, just give me a heads up before you call, so you'd be like, don't hit record yet, so I can merge the calls first.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, trying to have it natural,
Yep.
happen naturally, but people are busy.
Yep. It's pretty fun with Janelle on there, though.
Well, I know.
We haven't had trying to think what the other guy's name is. It's like Janelle and the other guy. Miles, yep. I was thinking Irvin. I was like, no, that's not him. That's the other guy. I was like, no, Miles, that's it. Like, he hasn't been on for a minute.
Yeah, he he has that new job where you're driving a mixer and stuff.
Yep. He's actually working.
So, well, yeah, I mean, he does like local stuff, you know. So he's
not out there
busy.
on the road for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Like me when I was doing the P&D side of the trucking, you know, or taking the empties to locations, bringing loaded ones back, and going to 7 or 8 of those a day. So it's like you'd have some of them that were longer trips, but other ones were like 20 or 30 minutes here, then pick up, and 20 or 30 minutes back. Versus like now it's like 200 miles one direction, 200 miles back.
Mhm.
I wonder if I'm going to get a message or a call after we move out there and I'm actually actively working at the new hub. I'll get a call from Wichita, you know, from Food Liner and be like, hey, like, sorry, you're too late.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Because it's like,
if
they, you know, if they're like, hey, by the way, like, we just don't have anything right now, but when you get out here, like, we'd love to bring you on board. Just want to get in touch with us then I'd probably be like, I already have a job lined up. I wouldn't worry about the current one. But since they literally said, we'll put you in the candidate pool,
yeah,
we'll reach out if something comes open. I'm like, well, that's great, you know, but I'm probably not going to be available when it does.
and that's fine.
I'm like, I'm always one of those. I know I've known people that actually would, you know, they'd get a job, but then something would come open that they wanted, so they actually would leave the new job to go with the other job. And I'm like, yeah, I've never done that. Like, once I start with something, even if one of the other positions comes open, I'm like, I wish you would have called me last week.
Mhm. It's all about the timing.
Yep. The parking area, though, so it's like not even a way station.
Yep. Was at one time, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, it still has a way station sign, but it's like up there on 65 up near the Kentucky border. For the longest time, there was like literally a way station northbound and southbound. Northbound was never open. It was always like literally like never saw them using that. You know, it was always closed. Always had like cones blocking it off. Southbound was a little fancier. That one I've actually had been pulled into and got inspected a couple times. You know, when doing the local stuff.
Uh-huh.
That's how I learned where you get the registration for the trailer. Because they're like,
oh
where's
yeah,
the registration for the trailer? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I was like, I've never had to provide that. They're like, oh well, we need that. I'm like, call the boss, going, hey sir, like they're asking for the registration for the trailer. He goes, check. There should be a little box on the license plate. I'm like, oh, okay, that's what that is. Cool. All right, found it.
yeah.
But then now they got both those. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because I thought because some trailers, like our current trailers, there's a lot of them that like you got the box in the front. There's actually like a little section where you have the little registration paperwork in there or whatever.
Yeah.
But I guess now they got both those.
Yeah.
They've turned them both into parking areas. So instead of way stations, they got one that's completely turned into truck parking with no facilities, just a big ass area that has a bunch of truck spaces, and then the southbound side is still literally the whole thing's torn up. Like they got basically just dirt and rubble and whatnot in that whole area, and I'm guessing they're turning that into truck parking as well. And I'm like, well, that's cool that they're at least doing that, since there's not enough parking out here, even with new truck stops popping up.
No, there's not. Fortunately.
If I could afford it, literally, that's one of the businesses I would open up, would be an open up a truck stop, like a Love's or whatever, and have something dependable that I would have 24-hour, restaurant available. So that way,
yeah.
the things that we actually I know like some of us take for granted. The rest of us out here, like you and I, when we're out here like Dark 30, it's nice to have a place that's actually open.
Yep. Actual 24/7 everything. Yeah.
Like not the hot counter food, but the actual like, hey, I'm gonna go get a Arby's sandwich or get like some Hardee's like 3 in the morning.
Yeah, remember when like diners used to be 24/7 before COVID? Yeah.
Yep. And now like Iron Skillet is not quite as popular, and they don't even stay open 24 hours anymore.
Same with Country Pride. That's the TA version of Iron Skillet. Them motherfuckers don't open till like fucking 8 o'clock in the morning.
And you don't see them as much. Like a lot of the TAs and Petros, you see like other restaurants, like Burger King, or it's like, well, that sucks.
Yep.
Like they don't even do the breakfast buffet anymore, where you can go in there and get like fill up a big ass container with all.
all since COVID, man. COVID fucking ruined this country.
I love that shit, man. Go in there and fill up a big ass plastic or styrofoam container with like eggs and sausage and bacon and like onions, peppers, whatever you want to throw in there. Just like fill it up to the brim, and they charge you by the weight, by the pound or whatever. And now it's like you go in there like, well, we don't do that anymore. So here's the menu. I'm like, well, that sucks. Got to come out of there with like at least 10 pieces of bacon.
Yeah. That's light.
It's like we're hitting little. Today it's one of those where when, like, I don't know, whenever you're coming out for your shift, if you actually look on like the weather and see like what it's like, if it's gonna be like raining or whatever during your shift, because that kind of tells me like I'm gonna bring out my hoodie with me if it looks like it's gonna rain, But if it looks like it's clear, then I'll just come out here just just a regular short sleeve uniform shirt, whatever.
Short flops, yeah.
Nah, not that. Not while I'm working. Well, shorts, yeah, but not flip flops. It'd be too easy to hurt oneself, if you're not dressed appropriately.
That's right.
And I already got plenty of problems. I don't need to have any more of them. But yeah, it's like looking at tonight's forecast. It was like throughout the night, it was like, at this time, like at 1 a.m. there's 10% chance of rain, 2 a.m. 5%, 3 a.m. 25%, 4 a.m. 50%. So I was like, it's probably gonna rain at some point tonight. So this entire trip back, I keep it in pockets like
this afternoon.
Like massive rain, then nothing, then massive rain, then nothing, and then for a while I was going through the mountains and it was like massive fog, and I was like slowing down because I was like, I can't see 10 feet in front of me. But it was dark, so like I don't mind fog as much at night because you're hoping that somebody in front of you is gonna have their lights on at least. So you'll come up on them and see the taillights, even though our luck would come up on somebody that's driving without. The cars that drive and look beyond the road without the lights on. It's dark as fuck out there, and you barely see them until you come up on them. Oh shit! It's like they got the daytime running lights, and they think that's good enough.
Yeah. Nope.
It's like, dude, turn your lights on.
And part of that is that people, although it's my wife's car, it's my friend's car. I don't drive this car every day. They don't know how it works. They don't think about it.
Yep.
Like, hey, when I turn the car on, the lights auto? Are they? Do I have to flip a switch? Well, the dash is lit up, so the lights must be on.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like, no. You need to know this shit.
Like, what?
But, I'm only going to be in it for 5 minutes.
Yep.
I'm only going up the street.
Yep.
Stupid shit like that. I just got to go down the corner and get drugs from my dealer.
Oh, I was gonna say earlier, I guess with all the things their household is claiming. You know, like this week has been the first week that, you know, nobody at school because they're all off.
Mhm.
And this week I mentioned it to Allie yesterday when I got home, and I was like, you know what's funny is like they're all about like, oh, we've been more active with him. Like Allie hasn't been at all the appointments. Like, yeah, because she's working. But then this week, like literally, they haven't asked at all to spend more time with him. It's been like literally, Allie's been off a couple days for her last week or whatever. Like she's worked a couple days, but she like the last at least 2 or 3 days. I think it was like the last 2 days at least. She was off, and you know they're picking him up. They picked him up, I think, Thursday. I think because he had some like a therapy appointment that they have him go to, whatever therapy for a toddler. You know, it's like okay, what did he? But so they picked him up for a couple hours for that. But otherwise, like all week, he's been kind of just with us at home. And I'm like, you know, like I'm kind of like you could bring up to your attorney the fact that like this week, you know, they haven't really. You know, now that he's off school, they're not offered to take him anymore. They're literally just trying to keep to we'll just take him on Friday and blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, but you guys are pushing for him to be over there with you guys full time. Yep.
You know, when she's at work, why don't you offer for that?
Yep. Oh, because Chris and Aaron hadn't. They're good. They got it.
Yeah. Uh-huh. They don't really care. I mean, come on.
Nope.
They just wanted to look good.
Their last Friday that they get him, you know. I don't know how next week's going to go with him, because if they'll be like, oh, now you guys are leaving. Now we really want to see South.
Yeah, now we really want to. Yeah. Yeah.
Because we didn't give them exact days. We just said it was the first week of June. So, yeah. But we didn't give them notice.
That's it. All right. There's every time I see a Sunbelt driver, I look at him because my friend works at Sunbelt. But this guy's from out here. I'm in Maryland. There's a Sunbelt right on the next exit. He works out of Camp Hill. But I'm always looking at him like, yeah. Anyway.
Yep.
Oh, there's a hot shot behind me. He could fucking hang. Look, those hot shots.
Oh, yeah, yep. Hot shot delivery, whatever it is.
Yeah, you know, the pickup truck with a gooseneck trailer.
Oh, yeah, yep. They're truckers too, man.
Yeah, no, they're not. No.
I love when you see them and they got the little makeshift little sleeper on the back of their pickup truck.
Yeah, yep.
Little coffin sleeper area. I'm like, yeah, so what are you, like, laid back there in the fetal position?
Yeah.
That would suck. Especially the ones that don't have the sleeper in there, where they're just like at a truck stop. You see they got the windows covered, and they're just like the truck's just parked. I'm like, yeah, so what? You're just gonna recline on the seat and sleep?
Yeah, some people do. Sometimes they have like those sun visors, not the sun visors, like the things that go on your window.
Yeah, the sun blockers, whatever it is.
Yeah, blocker. Yeah, sun reflector. They'll have them like all over the place.
Yep. Why are you going slow, Swift?
They make these. I've seen it for our trucks or our pickups. They make these like air mattresses that go in the back seat there and fill the whole thing up. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm sure they make it for other pickups too, but I don't know. Nah. My over the road days are over.
I think I would sooner have one of those little camper little add-ons on the bed.
Yeah, those are cool. Yep. Well,
you wouldn't have any facilities. Like you would literally just have a bed back there, but at least you'd kind of be a little mini apartment.
Some of them might have like a little camp shitter, like a little seat around a bucket for emergencies. I've seen those.
I saw there was a I don't know what kind of truck it was, if it was like a Freightliner or a Peterbilt or something, but I saw a truck on Facebook that said something about like it had a little bathroom. It was the same size as like a regular sleeper cab, but it had a little thing in the side behind the driver's seat. It was a little closet looking thing, and it literally had, I guess it's like a little small bathroom. And it said, hey, you can actually go to the bathroom in your truck. And I was like, yeah, but somebody goes, yeah, but that little closet right there, it's like, not very big, like not enough room for you to actually like get in there and do your stuff, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that would kind of suck.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably great for emergencies, but one of those, don't be shitting in it every day. Cause there's probably gotta have it.
Have a dump?
Yeah, like have a dump or something or something like, however that shit works.
It would kind of remind you of like when you, try to go into like a regular stall and it's like the really, really compact, tight bathroom stall that you barely have you can't even really turn around or do anything in,
Yeah.
And you're like, I can't breathe because I'm like, I got like a wall like right next to me on both sides.
Yeah. Well, that's not a bathroom for guys like us. I'll tell you that. Okay, hopefully there's nobody coming. I can't see shit.
We're not fat, we're fluffy.
That's right.
Now, sperm donor, okay, he's a little bit different. If you're round like that, like holy crap.
Well, he's got a condition apparently. He's got to have
I don't know if you can blame
now.
I don't know if that diagnosis would be a cause for him being in the health he's in right now, but I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
How would he sit around?
Lymphoma? Yeah, it's a cancer of your lymph nodes, dude.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
That could cause him to be bigger.
Mhm.
Oh, gotcha.
Mess with your metabolism. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but
I sent you the photo, right, of him in the car while Natalie was put.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, I've had a couple of friends. I think we had a guy Austin that comes over or whatever on Sundays. Goes by the name Willow. I don't know where he got that name. Sometimes we'll be like, hey, Austin Willow's coming over. But him and Ricco both without really knowing him. I think Austin met him a couple times. Since Austin technically is one of Allie's exes, they dated for 6 months. I kind of hoped that they would have worked out because seeing how he was with Alex, he at one point I remember coming home from work and Allie was working and Austin came over to hang out. He goes, hey, it's gonna come over and hang out. That's cool. And we're like, yeah, that's fine. And he would come over and be like, hey, can I borrow your car seat for Alex? I want to just take him to McKay's and walk around with him, just spend time with him. We were like, that's awesome. So we're like, yeah, sure. You could, so he was spending time with him, just taking him to the store, just kind of going out to the park, just helping us with him while Allie was working. But then things got a little too serious too quick. He started falling for her pretty heavily, and she thought, it basically pushed her away kind of because he wanted to give her a promise ring, not try to propose or whatever, but basically saying that he was really serious. She was like, whoa, that's too bad. too fast, and she broke it off, and I was like, it sucks.
Yeah, now look at her. She can't even go 5 minutes without being on a fucking FaceTime with her guy.
Yep. Pretty much sits there. But, well, that it's understandable because it's long distance. So they always have the video call going. Like, it'll just be sitting off to the side, and I'll walk in like, so was Logan asleep? She goes, no, he's right there. I'm like, hey, Logan, what's up? She goes, hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
I'm just glad she found a good one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not. I was just like what? Why? That guy was right here. But the heart,
it's funny because when
when
we had to deal with like any time that if we had to deal with like long distance back in the day, it was like hard shit.
Oh yeah. I'm sure it still is.
But
being able to talk to somebody face to face is not the same as being in the same room with them.
No, but it's better than only having the like text and call because we didn't have the option to video call back when they when things first became available. Back in the old smartphone days at the beginning. Back when they weren't waterproof and all the stuff that we talked about with Janelle.
Yeah, yep.
All right, Prime, you passed him. Now get the fuck out of the way.
Nah.
He's like, nope, I'm just going to hang out here in the left lane. Hey, getting over awesome.
Yeah.
So, I didn't know, like, this whole it recording, but it using the mobile minutes works pretty good because when you call it, I basically, how I said, like, I would just assume you're calling on the other line, so that way I went to answer it, of course, like, as I answered, it said, press 1 to answer, which I was like, okay, cool, so it is actually still doing what it did before. So I hit 1, and then, of course, I hit 4, where this call's being recorded. So I was like, cool. It's not hard at all. Like, as I'm answering it, I guess it automatically gives me those prompts or whatever to answer it on Google Voice.
So, like, if I
call,
like, it wouldn't do that if I called you on the other one.
Nope.
Okay.
So, like, if you called the minute number, I guess I would just answer, and it would just pick up the call versus, like, it giving me the, like, press 1. Or it's like it answers twice. Like, I answer, and then it says, press 1 to answer. So I'm like, okay, press 1, and then of course I hear connect, and then I hit 4 to start recording or whatever. So I'm like, cool, that makes it it took a while to get to this point, I guess, but hey, at least we're here.
Yeah. Whatever. Just out here doing it, man.
There'll be one call where where we connect, and like as I get on the line, you're like, and speaking of such and such, I got Chris on the line now.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, hey, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll get there one day.
Yep.
Love when you get over to, like, past people, and then they get over in front of you. Because, to let traffic on. But you were getting over to pass them because they're going too slow? Yeah.
Yep.
Shut up.
Not going to be too bright a day today. It's definitely 6 o'clock, and it's like, the sun's up, kind of, but it's like still dark as hell because we got all the clouds and the rain or whatever. I almost prefer mornings like this, where it's not like too bright out when I'm getting ready to get on my way back to Nashville or whatever.
Well, it's the sun's coming up here, and it's super froggy.
Yep.
Everything's moist.
What she said.
Mhm. Yeah.
No, I already told them up there that I'd probably be taking that first full week off. I'm just gonna get moved in on Saturday and told them I'd be available the following Tuesday to go ahead and get at it.
Oh,
all
yeah.
right. That's another reason why I'm thinking of on next week. I'll probably just go ahead and not have much of anything for a week. You know, I'll get paid a full check next week or next Friday, and then probably not much at all the following Friday. But then back to a full, right close to a full check. It'll be Tuesday through Friday for the current week again. So it won't be like I'll be taking a little bit of a dip and then back to normal again versus like when you take like a week or two off and you have like you got to come back and you still have like 2 weeks.
Yeah, but you're prepared for it. You know what I mean? Like it's coming, and you're going to be a lot happier with taking that little extra time off to get things ready and get things done.
Yeah, we're gonna
versus having a full paycheck and then leaving half his shit behind or forgetting something or just being outright miserable and dragging ass because, you opted to work when you should have had taken the time off to do what you had to do.
I don't even think there's a whole lot, like, as far as, like, a bunch of little stuff that we got to pack. I'm thinking I'm going to take those couple of days and actually be looking through stuff to, like, what can we donate and get rid of, that we don't need.
Yeah, whatever. If do what you have to do, not work, and then never had a chance to do that, and then, you're packing everything now because,
Yeah. Because this past Monday we went to, like, one of her coworkers, they're having a baby. So they were having one of those the also famous gender reveal,
Oh, God.
Which
I
we
love
never
those
did.
fail ones. They're great. The fail gender reveals are awesome.
Oh yeah, where they have the wrong color.
No, or it's like just they think it blows up in their face and shit, like it's not supposed to. Stuff like that. Anyway.
But yeah, they had a gender reveal. They invited all their coworkers and the coworkers' fam or whatever. So I had forgotten about it. They said something like, "Oh yeah, I got such on Monday," which I totally blew off. It kind of like it went in one ear out the other until Monday afternoon. I come down and she's in the kitchen doing cupcakes for the gender reveal. So she had pink and blue cupcakes, and
she had made both. They didn't tell her.
No, they didn't tell her. Like it was literally going to be. It was a surprise all around, except for like I think the mom. I think it's like the mom's sister or something wanted to know, and so they let her see. And somehow it was like accidentally the mom saw it too. So the mom and the sister, like the mom and the aunt or whatever, they knew, but nobody else did. So they did the whole. They had the balloon they're going to pop with all the confetti in it, and they had the cake that was like the gender color inside it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And so thankfully there are other kids there because like Allie was working, and Zoe didn't want to go, so we had me and Aaron and the grandkid with us. So he was literally the whole time he's just like bopping a balloon, like hitting it up in the air, would come down, he'd hit it back up in the air, like that was his night. And there's a ceiling fan up above us too that was actually turned on, so I was like, let's keep it away from the ceiling fan, please, versus like all of a sudden we're just gonna hear a boom.
Yeah.
Well, gotta get to the balloon.
Uh-huh.
They like They had Asian food. I don't know if it was necessarily Chinese, but it looked like maybe it was like Vietnamese or Thai or something. Okay. But it was one of those kind of reminded me of like Indian food. Where none of the food looked great, but it actually was really good. You know, it's kind of weird. You know, like Indian food in general, like there's only certain meals I'll actually like order because I know that they're actually really good versus like everything else. Like, you know, it just doesn't look that appealing, and they'll be, oh no, try it. So I'll try it. Like, oh, okay, that's actually really good. Like, I'm surprised. I was like, doesn't look good at all, but you know, it tastes good. But so couldn't you salad really eat any of that? Obviously. Yep. Well, no, like we couldn't really smell it really. I mean, it was just like they had all the little buffet style, all the little like aluminum rectangular containers that they had them all set out on this big ass table or whatever, and they had steamed rice or whatever, so everybody was gonna go make their own plate or whatever. And so I was like, and they had some sauces you could put on it, which I guess, you know, they didn't have like any like update, any like notice like, hey, this sauce is spicy, or this is, you know, so we didn't know what it was. So I grabbed some like one that looked like a beef dish, kind of looked like little like pepper steak kind of. And so I was like, okay, that looks safe enough. So got some of that. Got some one that looked like there was like a chicken one that had like peppers and some other stuff, and then some rice, and you know, put one of the sauces on it. And I'm eating it, going, damn, this is actually really good. I was like, well, woo! I think whatever sauce I grabbed has a little bit of a kick. Aaron's like, oh yeah, I think I grabbed that one too. Because like that, it's not like a red sauce. It looked like soy sauce kind of, but I guess it was something that was a little bit spicy. So it was like, we're like, woo! All right, I'm getting a kick. But of course, you had to ask afterwards before we left. I'm like, hey, can I ask which one? Like, what's the name of such and such? Like that one over there, that beef dish right here. What's that one called? I think she literally said, oh, that's just like pepper steak or whatever. And I'm like, really? She goes, yeah, we just really think the pepper steak or like, you know, like the skirt steak or whatever, marinated in like the soy sauce type marinade or whatever for 24 hours. And I'm like, oh, okay, so it's very simple. That's why I was like, probably why I like that one the best, because it was like,
yeah, because it's
simple. And, you know.
I'm simple. I like simple foods.
Yep. Gotta go do this and gotta do
Sometimes
this
that's
for 24
the best.
hours.
It's just simple.
Well, the other ones are good too, but you know.
Oh yeah.
That was the one that I was like, I like that one.
But it's called good. Something, and you have to say, you know, bless you at the end because you think they sneeze. One of those dishes.
Yep. Then, like, why are we breaking? There's nobody in front of us. We're literally going 45 on the interstate. I'm like, dude, come on.
Invisible squirrel.
The little Honda. And I'm like, come on, dude. Like, everybody's passing you, and I can't get by you because everyone's passing me.
Put your turn signal on. Do what everybody else does. Put your signal on and just get over. Fuck them.
Or you do that, you get over to pass them, and they speed up.
Yep. Oh,
Pretty sure they're on
truck passing me.
Probably texting too. They're swerving from like the center lane to the right lane, back to the center lane again.
I had a guy in front of me this morning. I was on my way in. Pretty sure they were intoxicated.
Oh wow.
There was a car in front of me, and then this guy was in front of him, and we were both getting on the ramp to get on 81 North. And the car in front of him just comes over right in front, and then like gets on the point of the ramp, you know what I mean, and stops, and then causes the other guy to stop. Now I got to stop, and then just like comes out and doing like fucking 10 miles an hour. What the hell? You know what I mean? And then he's like, he's on all over both sides of the road of the ramp. You know, like okay.
Yep.
And you're about to get on the interstate. Cool. You know, yeah, it's like, you know, 2:30 in the morning. So there's like trucks coming up, and I'm staying back. I'm gonna watch this unfurl. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He got on, didn't manage to hit anything, but like I I get on and I go around. So I need to get away from this guy. Done one of those deals.
Yep.
And as I had to get all the way. There's 3 lanes, so there was a Old Dominion in the center lane letting us in. So I waited for Old Dominion to go by. I got behind that, got Old Dominion, then went around him. There's nobody else out. And when I passed Old Dominion, and the other guy that slowed everybody down sped up, but only to like 55. I looked over, and his front bumper was all smashed in and shit. Like, okay. Like, I don't know where you're coming from, but.
Yeah, when I was walking into Lowe's, there was a, you know how, like, you got the like you said, the hot shots. So the pickup trucks with the trailers behind them. Mm-hmm. You know, especially when you see them in the diesel island because they're getting fuel too.
Well, yeah,
and,
I mean,
yeah.
If they have those long gooseneck trailers, they kind of have to. There's not enough room for them to go to a regular one.
But
and
like,
they need DEF too. Anyway, they do.
But this do they? I didn't know that.
The diesel. Every diesel vehicle has to have DEF, commercial or otherwise. Even if you buy a pickup truck now with the diesel motor, it has DEF. You have to have DEF too. But most of them get like the boxes from like the truck stops or gas stations at home now. Anyone that has diesel sells the DEF in the bottle too. Anyway.
So when you walk past a vehicle that has damage to it, you wonder how the hell they did it. Because I walked past this truck and like, there's no damage around the sides of the vehicle or the front. There's the top of the hood, like the flat part going up to the windshield has like a couple smashed in things. And I literally walked past and went, "How the fuck did you do that, man?" It's like something fell on your truck or whatever, It's like, what the hell,
Possible.
I mean,
he tried to hook up to his trailer the opposite way.
Yeah, maybe.
Drive under it.
Because it was a couple different, pretty big indentations in the hood, so it was like wasn't just one area. I'm like, what the hell did you do? I mean, hell, with my Ram, I think I had my truck for 3 weeks. And I hit something I hit like a couch or something in the middle, like in the dark. I don't think it was a couch, it was like a full-size couch. It was probably one of those really like small, like pretty flimsy, like kid couches that, they could fold up. But there was something in the road 3 weeks after I bought the truck. I was like half a mile from my exit to go home. And out of the blue, because it was dark, there's no lights on that stretch. Out of the blue, I'm looking ahead, and I realize that the car in front of me, and I was a little bit closer to the car than I probably should have been. Not like tailgating it, but I was still closer, But all of a sudden, I saw that car like clip something and swerve way off the road into the ditch, and I immediately like, what the hell are they doing? And I immediately was like, oh shit! But by the time I realized it was too late. Like I had a car beside me. I hit this couch and I ramped, like I hit it and I kind of flew up over it, and then of course landed back on all 4 wheels or whatever. It was like you hear the as I'm like getting the truck back under control again, and I was like, holy shit, what the fuck was that? And I got off on the exit. I pulled into the Circle K, which was Mapco at that point, and I parked at one of the fuel islands to get out and walk around my truck to look, and I'm like, what the hell? I hit something. I don't know what the fuck that was. And I mean, I could see like there was like some foam like underneath the truck, like stuck to some of my axle, whatever. But there was like there's nothing like damage wise, but it was like you see that obviously I hit something, and some of the foam insides of the couch or whatever it was stuck to my truck, and of course beside me there's a car that has the whole front end smashed up. And he's walking around looking at his car, and I'm like, did you hit that? Whatever that was in the road too? He was, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, sorry man. He was on the phone like, Dad, like this such and such happened and blah blah blah, and I'm like, I'm gonna call 911 and tell them that they need to get somebody out there because that's
Yeah. Somebody
You know, 'cause
really gets
like,
screwed up out there with that.
at least it's not as bad as I've come across dressers in the road, you know, or like
Oh yeah.
middle of the night, you know, like you're coming down the road, all of a sudden you see this object in the middle of the road, and you swerve off to miss it, and you realize that's a fucking dresser. It's like, woo, holy crap.
So it was fun. We had it was a side skirt from a trailer in the middle of the fucking road that I missed the other day.
Man.
But there was because there was right at Maryland and PA border. I started moving over into the left lane. There was a car coming off. No, it was a big truck, I think. And it was like right at that point when I started moving over, there it is. But I was able to get all the way over, and the car in front of me was fucking dodging it. And there was this truck behind me, falls out, right? And he goes to the right to pass me on the right, even though I was getting over to let the truck on. And he fucking hits it full on.
Oh, wow.
It was an empty flatbed. He hits that motherfucker full on. Because he was so impatient. You know what I mean? Like, I was letting the truck on. He got over because he had to be somewhere. And then he ends up nailing the damn thing, and he ended up pulling off into the rest area. It was like, half a mile up the road from there. To check damage, I guess. But he nailed it full on, man.
Yep.
And like, we're all getting out of the way of this thing. You know what I mean? It was still dark out, but like starting to get light. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was on my way I had a 8 a.m. delivery in Reading, so I was like on my way up there and shit. And it was a 4 o'clock pickup, so it was still dark out by the time I was making my way up. And I was like, yeah, that could have been bad. I mean, that shit would have tore up the whole piping on my trailer and everything. I mean, it's hard plastic.
Yep.
And then there was we could see the truck where it fell off of was up the road a little bit, off on the shoulder. You know.
Oh, yeah.
So you could tell like that exactly what it was. But it was just like laying in the center of the road, like cockeyed.
Oh, yeah.
But you could get around it if you hit the shoulders. You know what I mean? But that he came balls to the wall, like he's like, oh, I'm surprised he wasn't pitching on the radio. And then he hit it.
Yeah.
It's like, that sucks to be you.
Yep. Either those, or we see like the truck tire treads. It's like that stuff right there. Yeah. Those will screw you up too.
Yeah, because there's metal in there.
Yep, and it's like a foot and a half, 2 feet.
Yeah, look, there's an alligator there. There's an alligator there.
I think I've straddled those a couple times recently because like I'll come up on them and like I'll realize, oh shit, there's tread up there and there's not much of a shoulder and I have a car beside me, so I literally will just like move enough to where I straddle it, hoping that it's not too tall. Because then you try to straddle it and you hear, so that's like, oh, you better drag that trailer off to the shoulder while you still can. Because otherwise you ain't gonna get that move because the airlines are busted and the tires are locked up because it hit something underneath and whatever.
Yeah.
There's one of the people that we were connected with on Swarm. Trucking mama. Still technically.
Oh yeah.
Out there.
Really?
Yeah, she's still on
I
there.
don't think I'm friends with her. I mean, maybe.
And
I see Chris. I see Chris Music.
Still yep. There's like a Steven guy that's with Snyder.
Yeah, I still see him. Yeah. Who's still with Snyder?
Bam anymore? Since he's
well no. Yeah,
Bam.
Bam is retired. Yeah.
But I think she said something about like. I think it might have been her, but somebody said they were in Florida, and they straddled a alligator that was in the road. And I guess it raised up and clipped their one of their lines underneath. So basically, like they were broken down on the side of the road, waiting for help, and they're like, and we're not getting out of the truck because there's an alligator right out there. And I was like, I don't blame you.
Yeah, but we called the sliver of tires alligators because they look like the back of an alligator. Doesn't necessarily mean it's an actual alligator.
No,
but it'd be funny if it actually was an alligator. I mean, you know, that's just what we call them, you know.
Since we can't carry firearms in the trucks, there's no way we could really fight one off if there's some.
You can.
Depends on the company policy, right? Like that's
company policy and what state you're in. There's no federal law that prohibits you from carrying a firearm in a tractor trailer. It's just whatever company you work for, and then whatever state you're in. You know, whether you have a permit or not. You know, it's crazy. It shouldn't be like that. You know what I mean? I know this would be a great discussion with your wife, but you know, it shouldn't be like that. It should be the same in every state. It should be government, a government thing, not just left up to every fucking state to decide on their own shit.
Yep.
That's just me, though.
Because I'm pretty sure every company I've been with had the same rules. Like no.
Most of them do because it's just easier.
And
less hassle, I guess. But there's still drivers that do. You know, like I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. That's what they're saying. You know.
Yep.
Because the person coming at you doesn't care. Well, you're not supposed to have that. You know what I mean? They don't care.
Yep.
That's why they you know. Again, my opinion.
Yep. That's right there with you.
Yeah. But, I jumped through all the hoops to have my stuff, you know what I mean? Did all the background checks, I got the permits and all that. So, I did what I was supposed to do to by law. So I legally have the stuff that I own. But part of that responsibility is to know where you're going with it, if it's allowed or not. And just because you have I have this card, my ID card in my pocket that says I'm licensed to carry a firearm, doesn't mean I could just carry it into somewhere where they don't allow it. You know what I mean? So there's responsibility and stuff like that. And that's part of it. And it, a lot of the times it's pointless. To even carry one because everywhere you go, they don't want firearms. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's kind of crazy. But again, that's just in Pennsylvania. Other states are different. Like Texas is constitutional. You don't have to have any of that. It's your constitutional, if they feel it's your constitutional right to bear firearms. It's right in the Constitution, Second Amendment.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's how it is in Texas.
Yep.
Tennessee is pretty open too, but I don't know exactly all their laws, but Tennessee is pretty it's not like New Jersey and Maryland, California, New York.
I have no idea what Missouri's like.
Is there? I don't know. I'd have to look that up too, but where basically a lot of the laws in those states are unconstitutional.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yep.
They could do whatever they want, though. That's the part. That's the thing. Like the federal government relies on the state governments to, enforce their own laws and stuff. That's part of the deal.
Yep.
But like the Constitution covers every, citizen. So which one's right? What the state says or what the government says? Like, it's always the argument,
Yep.
Now my head hurts. Yeah, maybe we should try doing this with your wife on. Like, call her when she just wakes up. That'll be a real good conversation. Like, do like an actual topic interview kind of thing. Because I know you want to do that too with Ricco, like have like questions.
Well, I've been wanting to do that with the freaking Real Talk episodes. Like get Rico on there and talk about.
Yeah,
But I guess it'd work out for the Raw Chat one too.
Well, no, well, you could use it in that case. That's what I'm saying. You can use this thing, that bird of people, have them call in.
One of the things
even
I thought
though
about
your wife
was
might be in the same room with you. I don't know.
Keep Aaron on there with Rob and talking about politics.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good one.
Because I mean I have the way I feel about things, but I pretty much scroll through and most of the time I don't comment on stuff. My comments on people's posts when they're making claims about like, well, Biden did something, like I just ask for, hey, well, do you have documentation proving what you're claiming, or are you just making a claim based on that Trump said it? Because if they show me documentation and proof as to what they're claiming, I'm like, oh yeah, I see where you got your information. I understand. But like Aaron is very much not a Trump person, and Rob and Kat are very much Trump people. So it'd be very interesting. More guns. Because Aaron's not a supporter of too much of guns, whereas I'm neutral. I might have a gun eventually, but at the same time, I understand when we have small kids in the house. I understand that argument, even though probably, but
I only really looked into Kansas for the book. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yep.
I came up with that no plastic coated bullets or whatever.
Gotcha.
That's a real thing. That's a real thing. They don't want.
But it'd be interesting.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yep. Like between the two of them, it'd be interesting to hear them. Literally, I wouldn't have to say much. It'd be Aaron talking about like she literally calls them pew pews. Like with Rob, just to give him a hard time. Like, so you got to go out there and shoot.
No, but that's what we call them. Yeah.
Oh wow. Like my
that's
dad's
how they,
a collector, has like a bunch of antique guns or whatever, which
that's
I
cool.
wouldn't mind inheriting those. That'd be kind of cool. Some rifles from like World War II and whatnot that he has. I don't know if he shoots them or if he's like, I know he showed me he has ammo for them.
Yeah.
And it's, when you visit family or whatever, and like, or not even just that, but whenever certain people, and they always tell you the same story every time that you see them.
Mm-hmm.
So like, there's a driver that when I rode out there to pick up one of the trucks to bring back to Nashville, apparently because he serves. I think he was in the Army or whatever. He said he got one of the stories literally like I remember riding with him one time and he was telling me the story about like, yeah, I got blown up a few times and so my memory isn't the greatest, whatever. But he talks about like he has this house out in Washington State, went through a divorce with his wife, decided she didn't want to be with him no more, blah blah blah, and his son or whatever lives in the house now and keeps it up for him, and but I didn't think anything of it until like I rode with him a couple weeks back or a month or so back to go get that other truck, and basically like while we're riding over there, we're shooting the shit, and he literally word for word told me the exact same story, and I recognized it. I think I've heard this before.
Yeah. He doesn't realize he told me because he's so addled.
Yeah, and I think he tells everybody the same story because when we were at that meeting, and he's a nice guy. He's a pretty cool guy. He's the guy that was yesterday was like coming in when I was getting ready to go to leave or whatever.
Oh yeah.
But like he, some of the other guys at the meeting joked around like, oh yeah, he's been blown up a couple times, and he has a house out in Washington State, and and blah blah blah, and everybody else is laughing, and I'm like, oh, so we've all heard the story like multiple times. I gotcha. Oh, okay. But my dad's he's not that bad, but like every time I visited, which is probably because I'm not there all the time, but like whenever I get out there, literally like just standing around shooting the shit with my dad, and he'll be, hey, let me show you some stuff, and so he'll take me back in their little walk-in closet in their room, and he'll be showing me, he'll take out the World War II rifles, and he'll like
was like M1?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think there's one from like Japan that's like a Japanese gun that one of the Americans.
Oh, okay.
And then there's one from like Germany that was brought back or whatever. I don't know how he acquired them, if he found them at like estate sales or whatever. But showing me the guns or whatever, he has a couple of revolvers and stuff like that. And of course he had ammo boxes that had ammo for these guns or whatever.
Yeah, because you can't just go to fucking Cabela's and buy that shit. There's different calibers and stuff. You know what I mean?
But it's funny because I know that there's like I know that it's not the first. There hasn't just been the one time that he's taking me back there to show me his stuff, or like pointing out different like pictures, telling me like that's your great such and such, on on my side, blah blah blah, and tell basically I'm like, I don't remember it specifically, but I remember him telling me about it before, But right. I'm still like, oh, cool, all right, because I'm like, hey, it's like time with my dad, I'm like, I'm not,
Yeah, don't complain.
Yeah, I'm like, well, plus it's
you
cool.
You still get that.
Yeah, so it's like, gotta
take advantage.
Live it up. Gotta live it up while you can, It's like when my grandfather was still around. Those last couple of years, when I would go out there to Oklahoma, I would book a load with Interstate, going out there to Oklahoma to visit. Drop one of them in Oklahoma City, and then park at a truck stop that night, and then the next day get up there in Oklahoma City and park, deliver the next morning, and literally take off and head west to go towards where they live. To get out there early enough because there's Loves, but it's a smaller Loves. You got to get out there, early in the day, so that way you can find a parking space.
Yeah.
But and then they live like 10 minutes away from the truck stop, so I would just let them know, hey, I'm here. And they'd be, all right, cool, we're on our way. And they would come pick me up, and go stay at their house for a couple of days or whatever. My grandpa, though, he was like in his 90s. He was like 95 the last time I saw him. But he'd had dementia for quite a while. Like he wasn't, like he was one of those where like he didn't know who I was. So, but he'd be telling me stories about my dad though. Like almost like they were still in Connecticut or something. Like, oh yeah, Connecticut, whatever. And he'd say something to I would look at my dad would shake his head like, no, that didn't happen, or no, that's not accurate. Or, but even though it hurt that I did, obviously, kind of sucks. You got a family member dealing with that doesn't know you.
Yeah.
But then there's like the occasional instance, like there's a moment, one of the pictures I have on my phone that pops up, was when they're dropping me back off in the truck. And I remember, because my dad was taking a picture of us, me and my sister, and then me and my grandfather and my sister. And I remember in one of those photos, my grandpa literally walked over and randomly gave me a hug, and it was like kind of one of those like, oh crap, like I hugged him back, obviously, because I was like he temporarily knew who I was briefly,
Mhm.
Because I was like, oh cool, so I hugged him back, and it's like he's gone now, but you always kind of like hold on to that memory or whatever, like, oh man, that was awesome, like it temporarily broke through, but then he would, talk to me like I was just some random guy that my dad knew.
Yeah.
But gotta live it up. Gotta cherish those moments.
That's right.
Part of why I'm looking forward to being out in Missouri, because being half the distance from here to there, so it's like 400 versus 800 miles, and plus better PTO, and we're not gonna have to take vacation to go out to Kansas to see her fam. So now she's like, yeah, but now I want to go out there to Philly. see the Philly fam. I'm like, but I'm going to try to make more of an effort for my family, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I do want to come out there because her grandmother in Philly is in her 90s. She's, like, really active. Like, she walks all the time or whatever, so she's really in great health, but she's in her 90s. So we're like, we don't want to not get out there. But I'm like, but my parents are getting up there in age, too, so it's like I kind of want to make more of an effort with them, too, Do what I can,
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Pretty long episode, man.
Yeah. Well, this is what it is. Raw chat.
Yep. The name was fitting.
Where are you? Yeah, where are you at? How much longer you got to go?
Let's see. Probably, about 20 to 30 minutes out of Nashville so far.
Oh, okay.
So getting close. Yep.
Yeah. Getting close.
I figured the longer the call, maybe we get another caller in there, but I guess it must all be
but it's not gonna happen, dude.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's all good. Try to do a better job next week. Now that we have a better system, right?
Yep. Well, that's why I figured,
maybe even Corey. I gotta talk to Corey anyway, but it's about other stuff, so I don't need that recorded.
It'd be funny to get Urban on there, though.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, he's in 4 hours behind us, so he's still in bed sleeping right now. Out there in Nevada.
He'd be like, money bags.
Yeah.
Like, Urban.
Mhm.
You're like, I wish I had money bags.
Yep.
Anytime I get money bags, something comes up.
That's right.
Get money bags, and the wife's car needs such and such. Shit.
Yeah, well, I have to replace one of the sensors in my tires. That came up the other day.
Oh, gosh.
I'm driving into work, and it was Monday morning.
Yep.
Driving into work, and it's like, service tire pressure system. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I mean, thankfully, with that, you don't have to do it right away. It's like...
No, it's just like, I'm pretty sure it's not flat because it's just dashes now instead of the tire pressure.
Yeah, it's just
like
a sensor you got to replace.
Yeah, which they ain't cheap either, man.
Nope.
Find the time to do it. Great.
Yep.
But again, it's not hurting anything. You know what I mean? It just comes up every time I start the pickup truck up. It's like, you just gotta scroll off that screen and it shuts up. Well, it does not make any noise, but
yeah.
It's like, oh no, I can't tell what your tire pressure is. They're all flat. It's just the one tire, but still.
Yeah. When I replaced all my tires, I had the one I told you about that was like always, like I had to air it up every week or so because it was like.
Yeah, but that's a tire though.
And then, so I was so used to the low tire pressure warning light all the time.
Yeah.
Or not low, because it would say low even if it was like 30 something. But like it's supposed to be 40, so it was like 32. It'd be like low pressure. I'm like, it's fine.
Yeah.
I just keep tabs on it until it got down to like 20 or less. And I'm like, okay, I better air it up. But now with the new tires, it's like since I got the tires because they're brand new. It's like I'm like, this is nice.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean all my tires are new too, but new last 6 months.
Yep. Now I'm getting should have a delivery today from Amazon. I'm ordered some of those backup, like a backup set of the clips and whatnot for the truck bed cover.
Okay.
Because I'd taken it off a while back. And so that since we're getting ready to do the move, I'm like, I don't want to do the whole cover stuff up with a tarp. So I got the clips and stuff. Cause I have a bunch of them, but I want to make sure I have enough so I can fully put it back on. Because it's like tucked away in a closet upstairs. So trifold, whatever it is. So like I'm gonna Yeah, I was planning to just toss it, because I was like, well, we don't have all the clips ever, but now I'm like, yeah, it'd be more expensive to buy a new one, so I'm just gonna get some.
Yeah, some of them are like $400 or $500, man.
Well, the one I got was like less than 200, but it's still, hey, it's still not,
Yeah, the one I got the one I have now is free.
Yeah, the kind you have is the kind I want, the little roll-up kind of whatever.
Yeah, the roll-up, yeah. But I had one for my other one that was like $200.
Yeah, so
deal.
I told Zoe I was gonna tag her this weekend and be like, because basically I'll lay everything up top and I'll have her climb into the bed, and be the one to get back in the corner so she can put the little clips on to secure it down. So that way we can put stuff in the bed of the truck and it's technically safe because it's like the tailgate locks. And you can't you can't reach the clips to undo part of that cover without having the tailgate down. So it's like you can put stuff in there and technically it's somewhat secure, so that.
Yeah, I mean you could you could just knife it open if you wanted to, if you really want to get in there, but.
Yeah, but so it was like, so what? You don't want to do the bungee cord and the tarp and stuff? I was like, not really. After doing that for a few of the trips, I'd kind of rather just have a hard cover that, we could just not have to worry about it. We could pack whatever in there, and we're not having to, like, strap it down, because it's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Because we had a tarp that I fully destroyed because I tried to use the, instead of bungees, I used one of the ratchet ones that you have it, like, you clank it, or you crank it.
Yeah.
Like those, but they don't really work as well as bungees. Like bungees will literally like stay in one spot, whereas the ratchet ones it kept loosening and then the cover was starting to like flap around a lot more. And by the time we got home, literally like I went to go look at it, and the whole back half of the fucking tarp was like frayed all to hell, and I was like, yeah, so that's trash. Big old hole in the middle of it, whatever, and I'm like, yeah, we're tossing that when we get home.
Yeah.
Ideally, I want to get a truck bed topper, like get the one that makes your bed is the one that makes it as tall as the cab or whatever, because that way you can actually put stuff that's a little bit taller back there.
Grandpa. Is that it?
Yep. But those are like pretty expensive too. Those are like $1,500 from what I've noticed.
Oh yeah. I've never looked into them. Like, I had one on my first pickup truck, my S10 that I had, but it came with it. And I was carting around my drum set and guitar amps and PAs and shit.
Oh yeah.
So it was perfect. You would throw all the gear in the bed of my pickup truck, and
Yep.
Unfortunately, it was a S10 and it only had 2 seats. So it was, and now, Steve always had to take his car too, when all the shows we played or whatever, but it served its purpose. And then when I got my Sierra or whatever, I didn't have the cap, but it was still just the bench, the 60-40 split. And there's still 2 seats really. Because it was a manual, so the same as my S10. It really couldn't fit more than 2 people in there. Otherwise, the person sitting in the middle would have to shift.
And then you got the toppers that like you see on some that are like the soft bed toppers that you see on some of these trucks or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but somebody can just walk by and grab that and pull it off.
Knife it.
Yep.
That's it. Though, if somebody wants in, they're going to get in.
Yep.
That's all there is to it. Like, I wanted one of the ones that was flush with the bed, because they're a lot harder to get into, but they're $400.
To be like
I got one for free.
Little folding ones.
Yeah, I got one for the roll up for free.
Yeah.
but it sits over the bed, and you can get into it pretty easily if you wanted to. But hey, you know, I don't keep anything of value back there anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Actually, I took the girls to that air show in Harrisburg last weekend, Memorial Day weekend, and I rolled it up and opened the tailgate and we sat in there. Well, I sat there. Isabella played in the Rocks in our at the parking lot because I just went to our where I parked my big truck because the airport's right down the river there. It's like right there. Like they were doing their practicing and everything on Friday.
And
the Blue Angels. So, I took them over. It was sold out. We couldn't even get it. Like, even if I wanted to get them inside, I couldn't have. It was like 100,000 people, or 25,000 people, sorry. 25,000 people there, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Because somebody I know at Camp Hill went. He had tickets like 2 months ago for it. They went and they sat. They said it took them like 2 hours to get out of there. That's how many people were there.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, next year, because they're gonna come back next year. He's like, yeah, next year he's like, I'll bring my grill to High Spire and we'll just all have a cup of barbecue. I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Because we got a bathroom, an actual bathroom and shit.
Yeah.
Power if we need, shelter.
Yep.
That was cool. Sophia was sleeping, like she fell asleep on the way there, so I left her in a car seat and I opened all the windows, rolled up the back. So, but like I had her old car seat was back there, like the carrier ones, that has like the base that you can pull out of the base. That was sitting back there. There's like a random blanket. And my old wireless keyboard that I had in my other my old truck, big truck, that had the old system where I could actually plug in the keyboard to that and like type on it, like to type messages and stuff, because the touch screen was garbage.
Oh yeah.
I still had that, so Isabella was playing with the stupid keyboard, and she ended up breaking it. Which I was going to throw down anyway. I'm just like, whatever, I don't care.
Man.
But that was really it. That was pretty much all that was back there. I had a couple empty jugs of washer fluid. Nothing. But it's great for, when we go grocery shopping, I put my groceries back there. They're protected.
Damn. That works.
Because it's always freaking raining on the weekends now,
Yep.
All right. Gonna break out the sunglasses, man. Jeez Louise. Sun burned all that fog away, and it's bright as a motherfucker out.
Oh yeah, it's getting brighter over here now too. Clouds are clearing, fog's lifting.
Mhm.
Basically, I'm going away from the sun, so it's not like versus like if I'm going east when it
going north, dude. Straight in my face. Oh, that's a fucking cop. Cool. The DOT cop too. He just passed me like he was coming on the highway, but it was a white pickup truck, so I didn't think anything of it.
They do. We got plans on Sunday because when we were at the gender reveal, her bosses showed up like 2 hours late. But they walked in.
So,
it
wasn't it? Go ahead.
Was it? What were you saying?
Was it a success? I meant to ask. Was it?
Yeah.
Was the gender reveal a success? Other than the kid popping a balloon on the fan that you already predicted.
Yeah, it's one of those where like the house is really nice, and then they popped this big ass balloon, and there was like blue confetti everywhere.
Nice.
It's like because it was, it wasn't just
green?
a little bit. It was like, nope. And they had a little board there that everybody had to like put a sticker on to vote.
Oh, okay.
For, like vote whether there's a blue or vote like male or like blue or pink pretty much is the votes. And it was like, all right, so like Aaron asked like Sally, she's like, you want to vote? Like you want to vote blue? You want to vote pink? And he goes, because Aaron voted blue, so she's like, I want to vote blue with Nana. And I was like, well, everybody's voting blue. Well, fuck it, I'm gonna vote pink.
Yeah. That's what you get.
Because then afterwards, after they revealed, before everybody left, they did a photo like Team Blue and then Team Pink, and I was like, oh, I got to go up there with Team Pink. And he was like, oh yeah. Do a big ass pose
I had to go
with like
against
a
the green.
pink balloon. Yep. I was like, well,
Yeah.
But
50-50 shot.
Yep. But then her bosses showed up, and they were talking to her, and I guess like one of them was like, so we gotta like Saturday's your last day. She's like, yep. He's like, all right. Well, we gotta do something. We gotta do a proper send off. So I guess we're all of a sudden the next day there was like flyers that were posted up everywhere, and there's a post on their website or whatever about like there's apparently Sunday 5 to 7. We're having I guess we're going up to her work. Like there's free food and drinks and whatever, a little party, a little send off, whatever. And I'm like, can we invite anybody? Because it's like, we have that friend that comes over on Sundays to basically, Boston that does like comes over and hangs out, watches a movie with us.
Does his laundry.
Yeah, pretty much. And I was like, can we invite him? So that way he can like come. She's like, oh, I think it's just like family, whatever. And I was like, all right, we'll just let him know, hey, come up after like 7, But they were like asking her, what do you like? So is there any kind of food request? And she goes, fried chicken. Because they have the fried chicken that's boneless, and they just like fried chicken thighs that they do their own stuff, so it's a big hit in her house. And he was kind of, well, that's interesting. And she goes, well, Brian, like, it's the first thing that literally I had when you hired me, and it's my husband's favorite things that on the menu, and so it would be fitting that would be one of the last things that we have when we leave. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I said I like their Mockingburger too. It's like where you get a burger with like the egg and the bacon and double patty, whatever. Mm-hmm, and it's like. So it's like, like I'm cool either way. Like it's the kind of burger where it's big enough that even when I'm hungry and shit, sometimes I still end up with I might take like a third of it home because you're trying to eat this massive burger, and you're like, whoa, and we're talking like the really thick, really good bacon, like the really thick, and they make it really crunchy, whatever. So they got like enough on there to where you're eating a lot, and you're like, oh man, I'm stuffed. So it's like. But they're not going to do that for a little 2-hour party though. There'd be more like appetizers, stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, but fried chicken works. They could do like a whole tray full of the fried chicken or whatever.
Yeah, they catering menu. Yeah.
Yep. Because one time I think Allie, when she worked there before she moved to Kansas, she had like 1 week, I guess, that they were shorthanded and they were slammed. So Allie worked a couple doubles. So instead of working her 40 hours, I think she did like 70 hours. So she made a shit ton on like overtime. Plus she made the extra hours. And then of course like the following weekend I came home. And there was like, actually I think it was like Sunday. I was one of the weekend days I was off, and like I come down and there's like big old rectangular aluminum tray on the counter filled with fried chicken. Big old aluminum tray filled with mac and cheese, big old aluminum tray filled with mashed potatoes, and it was like, basically, I was like, I walked to the kitchen with, holy crap, what the fuck is this? Like, I'm not complaining at all. Like, I'm not out here.
Yeah.
And Erin laughed. She goes, well, that's chef's thank you to Allie for all the work she did this week. Like, sent her home with a bunch of food. I said, tell Chef we love him.
What did Allie do?
She worked like 3 doubles in a row, like basically from open to close, to help them out because they were, and so
at the
basically
restaurant?
like at the restaurant when she.
Okay.
Yep, way back. It was way back before she left to go to Kansas, whatever. Because she and Eli, because Aaron actually got her and Eli both a job there, and
Jesus.
and then after Eli left, Allie was there for a little bit, and then
Were they hosting? But
she was I think she was a food runner, I think.
Okay, food runner, yeah.
Yeah, so I think she was basically like running food out to the tables or whatever. But working for a chef, chefs tend to be it's like Gordon Ramsay, where they tend to yell a lot at their, and so
table 20.
And I remember Allie before she left and asked me, she goes, "Hey, that's when she worked temporarily at the liquor store for like 2 months before she just all of a sudden disappeared because she went up to Kansas. But before she worked there, she'd asked me, like, hey, do you know if they're still hiring across the street at the liquor store? Can you when you see them next, can you ask them? Because she goes, I'm getting really burned out. I'm getting yelled at by chef. I was like, yeah, I'll check with him. Because
it's fucking raw.
Screams at me for no reason, and I know it's not. I know it's not anything I'm doing wrong, but it still kind of wears me down.
That's how it is.
I understand that. Hell, Aaron deals with that right now, or he gives her he'll be like huffy or whatever and give her attitude, and she'd be like, chef, why don't you go out and have a cigarette? Because you're kind of like being a dick.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm sorry. Yeah.
There's a Snickers. You're Danny DeVito.
or you stop for a second. You're busy all day, but you stop for a brief second to take a little bit of a breather for 2 minutes, and the chef happens to walk in at that point and gives her a hard time, so I'm not paying you just to stand around. And she's like, I literally just stopped for a second.
Mhm.
So she's not gonna miss that stuff.
Yeah.
I just hope I'm looking forward to her finding something really good out there. Being in a chef position.
Yeah, she's still gonna get yelled at. She's still gonna get yelled at. That's how it is.
Yeah, but she might not just be the pastry chef. She's actually the positions they're talking to her about out there are more like executive or sous chef, kind of, like the management type roles.
Mhm.
Stuff that she's applied to out here, but every place out here basically none of them interviewed her. They're all like, oh no, we went a different direction.
She's gonna run a brigade?
We're no longer.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what they call it. Brigade.
Yep.
I watch way too much Hell's Kitchen.
Yep. It's been a while. I haven't watched it for a bit.
Yeah, me too. But I haven't seen the most recent season, but I've seen all of the ones before that. So.
Yep.
I forgot that show was even still on. But it is.
It is. Oh man.
And he's got and there's a new one with Gordon Ramsay he's doing that where he it's kind of like Kitchen Nightmares, like he had that show for a while, but he sneaks in beforehand to check things out, like overnight he'll go in when their shit's closed. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
You're not doing that for real. This is all set up. And then he comes in the next day and orders stuff and tries things out. It's like, yeah, you can't hide who he is though. I mean,
nope.
They've tried.
And
anyway.
Yeah, there's a reel I saw on Instagram actually. I guess on one of his, I don't know if it was on one of his shows or if he was a judge on something, but this guy was gonna do this dessert that I guess takes hours to do, and he was gonna do it in a shorter amount of time.
Yeah,
and
no way.
Yeah, and he was like, you're really trying to attempt such and such. It just takes a couple hours, and you're gonna do it in 90 minutes. He's like, there's no way, and the guy's like, yes, chef. And then I guess he actually you show some, like, I guess he, at the end of it, I guess the chef, like Ramsay, I guess, has to get like T-shirts or something, which basically says who's actually gonna, like, who he's picking, and if he gives him more than one shirt, then that means that he's like, if he gives him 3 shirts, he's going on to the final round automatically without having to go through, kind of like the gold buzzer or the gold ticket or something.
Yeah, I think I see. Yeah, that's that show where they have like 50 people or whatever, like make things and they like try their dishes. I forget what it's called.
Yeah. And I guess he gave him 3 shirts or whatever, and he said, like, that tasted exactly like mine. Holy crap. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
To do it half the time, but still actually nail it, and I was like, well, not me. I couldn't go in those competitions, man, because I would be, like, too nervous and
yeah, and and out of the thousands of people that go up for things like that.
Yep. Ooh, man, bright, clear behind me, and literally the direction I'm going towards Nashville, it's like literally the sky is like black. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Hope I can get these trailers dropped and get the Ram before I start getting downpoured on.
Hey, but you brought your hoodie, right?
Yeah, I got the hoodie. Yeah. At least I don't have to walk too far because back when I first started at Nashville doing the P&D, take the empties and bring a load of ones back, we'd park our cars out in the main lot and we'd go through security to go get the truck inside the hub. This is before we were parking all the trucks outside. Because I guess they were doing work on the parking lot or whatever. But there was one day that I was literally parked and I was walking. We were talking like it's a good half mile. When you're parking from inside, you're going outside. You're going through security, and you're going out to the main parking lot. It's huge, so you're walking quite a ways. And when I parked initially, I didn't find enough, closed parking spot. So I'm probably like still a good 500 feet from the Ram, and the sky opens up. Like, we're talking like monsoon, like hurricane style torrential downpour, and I'm like, oh shit! So I'm running across the parking lot because I didn't have a coat or a hoodie or anything. I'm just all of a sudden I'm just drenched. Does it for like
Naturally.
2 minutes and then it disappears, So I get home and Aaron takes a look at me like, what the hell happened to you? I'm like, it started raining.
Walking like a wet dog.
Pretty much, and that's throwing everything in the dryer because you're that wet,
Jeez.
Hey, what do you know? We're getting rain now. That's awesome.
Yeah. Guess you're not going to make it before it starts raining.
Guess not.
Just keep it down there, okay?
Send it up your way, man.
No. I mean, it's supposed to rain here like this afternoon. Not till like 4, so keep it down there. I'll be done by...
I don't want it, though. You can have it.
Oh, I don't want it either.
We'll give it to Janelle.
Yeah. She can have it. Why are you in my way, Chris? There's a FedEx in front of me. You just cut me off.
Couldn't help it.
That made me slow down. Oh, he's doing 69. For 70, we're going downhill, though. He must have hit that pedal twice.
Yep.
Now he's back to 68 again. Not going downhill anymore. He got doubles, too.
I got you.
He came over that fast, I couldn't even see if he had doubles or singles. Or a single,
Yep. I mean, it's not torrential downpour. It's just light rain right now. And going north, to go around the city, you know, I'm kind of a little bit brighter up here, so I'm like, maybe I'm kind of skirting it for a minute.
Yeah.
That just means I'll have to hurry and
turns
drop.
And goes, oh, there's Chris. Let's go get him.
Yep. Oh, we gotta follow him. Like shit. There's been a couple times where I get to like Loves or whatever, and it goes from like where it's not raining. I pull up to the fuel island. I get out to go. I start to walk up to the building. Like I get like 10 feet, and all of a sudden there's this torrential downpour. So I turn around and run back to the truck to grab the hoodie because I'm like, oh crap, gonna get soaked.
Yeah.
This is like you can't walk still under the little awning part that the trucks are under because basically the front part of the awning you got the free range little like spouts that are just like it's just like you're just getting hit with those little streams of water that are flowing.
Yeah. Well, you know, now you have to dodge tornadoes.
Yep.
New tornado alley.
Yep.
Not that you haven't dodged them in Nashville, but
I haven't really, well, yeah, I've dodged them a couple times out here, I guess, but
yeah,
more like when I've gone between here and Illinois, I've had a couple close calls, you know, where it said there's a tornado near me.
Mhm.
Aaron's like, pull over and park on the side of the road. No. I was like, I can't see it. I don't know where it is. I'm going to keep moving. I was like, trying to get out of it. I figure even if you take it slow, I'd rather move slowly and get out of it.
That's right.
Versus like when people pull over and just hope for the best. I'm like, yeah, you're just going to sit there and get hit.
Yep.
Like,
It'll
no, thank
come to you. Don't you worry.
Scary at night, though. You know, I don't remember telling.
Yeah, because you don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember telling the other grandpa and stuff. You know that when he's like, "Oh yeah, man, did you hear about those couple of tornadoes that went through last night?" I said, "Yeah," and I was out working. I said that part of it that terrifies me is the fact that going down the interstate, a lot of times you know it'd just be raining, like pitch black and raining, no lights out there and stuff. And I was like, a tornado could come across right in front of me, and I would have no idea. I mean, I probably have an idea as soon as I got like right next to it, hit it. I'd be like, "Oh crap!" Since they're dark, so of course, like if you're already dealing with like it being pretty dark out and it's raining, so you can't really see as well anyway. And then all of a sudden, there's a tornado right there. You're like, "Well, what is that? The bend over in case you're going to ask goodbye or whatever."
Yep.
I mean, on that night, I think one of the places I stopped at, because it was like, I stopped at the Pilot, I went inside for a little bit to hang out, and I kind of was watching the weather on my phone for a minute, because it was dark, I could see, like, I was being blown around on the road quite a bit, and you could see the rain doing kind of a circular pattern.
No.
And I was like, yeah, I'm going to pull off for a minute. It's like there were a lot of trucks, a lot of people that were inside the building. And I was like, yeah, I'm kind of worried that there's a tornado close, so I'm gonna give it like 20 minutes here and see, you know. And then of course rain kind of let up a little bit, and it seemed like, all right, maybe we're in the clear. So, but at night, you know, there's no way to really know because you can't see the clouds, you can't really see anything. So. You one of those trucks laying over, taking a nap in the ditch.
Yep.
Shh, bang.
No, we've had a couple out there and back in the day, worked for Schneider. What the hell was the name of that one? Right at the end of 76. 76 and 71. What the hell was the name of that?
What, town? Like Allentown?
Yeah, no. In Ohio. There was that that used to be terminal and shut down, became a drop yard.
Columbus?
But they had they had the terminal building and the garage were still there, and they had like the tornado shelter signs on there.
Oh, God. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Please. Yeah,
I remember going there a couple times.
Yeah. Yeah, because we would do our stuff out to Cleveland and then sometimes pick up a load out of there. Or just go there to park for the night and whatnot. And, yeah, I remember being there a couple times with the tornado warnings and shit. And okay, just go look at that sign and hope that door's open. Because it was a shutdown, there's nobody there anymore. It was just a drop yard. There's nobody, in the office. There was that security guard, but he was used. The good old days.
Yep.
Where's that crash truck going? There's a airport crash truck with its lights on going southbound on 81 right now.
Oh, damn.
The airport fire trucks.
Yep. Foam trucks.
Yeah. Going towards the Grantville. Wonder if they have an air helicopter down or something over here. Whatever.
Yep.
It's not my way. I don't care. Oh, yeah.
Yep. Memories.
That's just something you don't see every day, See a airport crash truck on the roadway.
I am.
Yeah. Anyway, you were saying?
Yep. Yeah. No, I think memories. Get back from the Air Force fire days.
Yep.
Sitting out there on the tarmac watching the Air Force One land.
Yeah. Because you had to be on standby.
Yep. Wait until they take off again, or wait until the president leaves or whatever, and then basically, all right, time to head back to the station.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
I guess another one of our coworkers that I usually will. He's a big fan of our family recipe guacamole. That I do every so often. It's been passed down from my grandparents to my parents, or from my grandparents to my mom to us kids or whatever. And it's one of those that literally I've been challenged so many times, and I've yet to lose a challenge. People oh my God, my guac is the best. I'm all right. It's funny when they say my store-bought kind I get is the best. I just start laughing. So I'm all right, let's
what do you have,
challenge.
South American hair, blood in your veins or something?
No.
Is that why I have a ancient recipe for guacamole?
Well, it's pretty simple too. It's just that I've never seen anyone else do the guac the way we do it, and most guacs I see are just simple lemon juice and some other random and it's that's not guac, that's mashed avocado or whatever. But some of them are okay. Where they're still a lot. They're not anywhere up to what we do. But I'll try random guacs at some Mexican places, and I'll be all right, there's some decent flavor to that guac. All right, that's fine. That's not terrible. But basically, I won't even challenge them. They'll be all right, oh man, I bet you mine's better than yours. I'm all right, if you say so. They're all right, at this party we're gonna go to. You bring yours, and I'll buy some of the ones that I get, and we'll see who what they like best.
So that's the problem. You're gonna buy some. You've already lost.
Yep, and so they'll bring theirs, and I'll have they'll have their bowl and I'll have my bowl, and at the end of the party, mine's gone and theirs is still full.
Mhm.
And so I don't have to even say shit. And I've never won anything. Like it's never been a money bet. It's always been just I bet mine's better than yours. Okay. That's fine. I'll accept that challenge. And even people that have had Mike walk, that because Aaron knows how to make it now, kind of like it's one of those where like when I make it, for like a get together or whatever. People are always like, "Oh my God!" People that don't like guac, usually they're like, "I normally don't like guac."
Yeah, I'm that guy. I hate that shit.
But they're like, "But I actually like it." It's not, So I'm like, "Oh."
What do you use, like creme fraiche, sour cream, what?
Well,
Sorry, you don't have to say. You don't have to say, dude. Yeah, you don't have to.
It's one of those things that like that I've always talked about. Like I would love to be able to sell it one day, but of course it's like the books. It's like publishing the books. It's something I got to figure out how like one way to go about it.
We talked about that earlier, and it's like I have this guy. I have a couple of videos that I've watched, and I have them saved. On like how to go about publishing on the KDP, like different ways and things like how to make sure it's formatted correctly, and like formulas of success. And then there's other ones that are like, get away from Amazon, blah blah blah. You do this. I'm like, what the fuck, But you got to figure out what is best for you, what your goals are, and then go by that. But anyway, go ahead.
I mean, for self-publishing, I've heard go through Amazon and then also doing like the Kindle, like making it a audiobook. That's a pretty good way to go about self-publishing because you're minimal expense, but still being able to publish it and get it out.
Yeah, that's like especially with Amazon KDP, it's like print on demand. If somebody wants a physical copy, they'll print it out. You know what I mean?
Part of my holdup is the cover, because I tried to hire Zoe to maybe help me with the cover because she's artistic.
Yeah.
But literally, she was like, I don't know. I told her, I'll pay you like $100, $150 if you'll help me with the cover, and she didn't. I thought she would jump on it.
Yeah.
But she was like, I'm not really, I'm not really a cover art type, like I don't know what I would even do. And I'm like, well, I don't know either because I'm not artistic. So I was like, all right. So I'm kind of hold up because it looks like when I was looking at Amazon or KDP or whatever, it looks pretty easy to upload a manuscript and stuff. It's just, and also you get to, one of the things you got to upload is like your cover, and then you upload your actual document and stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't have a cover, so I'm not gonna do it just yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on. Which I should send him an email when I get up to here today. Keep putting it off. Like I'm waiting on him, but I'm trying to give him his time. But I'm not really in a rush either. But like now, it's like I just kind of need an idea when you might get to this.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a month from now, but like I just want an idea on what you're thinking.
Yep.
I liked his sample and everything, and it was exactly what I was looking for. But anyway.
Well, part of it is for like this podcast. For the volumes. I don't even know if I might just I might throw something together myself and just have it be the cover or something. Kind of like
there's plenty of stuff out there.
The podcast logo, the way it looks right now. Maybe take the face off it, maybe not. But
I would. I mean, Jesus Christ, you want everybody looking at that mug?
You admire the view,
Yeah.
But hell, just with that too, I've kind of been thinking about, maybe the first merch that I would do is maybe do a hoodie, like a black hoodie with the podcast logo on the front, and on the back have it be like the different segments. Like on the back of the hoodie be Real Talk Tuesday, Raw Chat, and Storytime Friday. And like available on Spotify, iHeartRadio and Apple Podcasts. You know, just basically some fairly basic hoodie, but just with a couple of things on it, whatever. It'd be like, I mean, it's a hoodie that I would wear because, you know, if it just with the way I'm envisioning it, you know. And Aaron would probably wear it because, like, Aaron and Allie, because we're all a hoodie family, you know. Because when you're outnumbered with a bunch of women at home and they're always cold. Either they're always cold or I'm always hot, you know?
Yep. Friggin' Isabella yesterday. It was like 76 or whatever. Got home and it's like frickin' 100 degrees. So I threw the air conditioner on in the living room. We have like, you know, it's in the wall and shit. I'm like, you know, putting stuff away, getting other stuff ready. She had soccer practice yesterday. She's huddled on a couch under a blanket, and I just turned the damn thing on. I'm like, really? Cold already?
Yep.
Like you'll be warm in a minute when you go out to your soccer practice. Ugh.
I am.
Yep. Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. I've got him treated pretty good though, because
she was all sweating when she got home.
Oh yeah, yep. Only took quite a few years of trying to instill the hey, you can always put more layers on, but you can only take so much stuff off.
Yep.
And so now we'll have they'll actually put the temp down. Like I think there's been a couple times where they, instead of being like 65, I'll come home and like one of them have already put it down to like 62, and I'm like, I'm not complaining because I'd rather it be cooler in the house anyway. Because our apartment doesn't seal. Like all the windows are like a quarter inch, still like a quarter of an inch that they can't get them to close all the way. Like none of the windows in the entire apartment. Like that's how bad it's been the past 10 years. And of course, new plate, like a new whenever they've got like new units for like new tenants, they go in there and like they've got new windows, ceiling fans in the freaking apartments where we've never been able to get one. You know, because they're like, you
got to move out.
You could put your own in there. And we're like, we're not going to install our own ceiling fans to then have to take them out when we leave. So we've got those small ones that screw into the light sockets.
Yeah.
So we've got like 4. We literally have like 3, at least 3 of those upstairs. That one in like the game room, one in our room, one in Zoe's room. And so those are coming with us. Those are pretty easy to take off.
Yeah.
But and I think the new place actually does have fans, and I think in a lot of the rooms. So we're looking forward to, because we haven't actually seen that inside picture. We've just seen like the floor plan and saw what they offer a little bit, but I didn't actually see anything like. I think I saw some of the where you see the little kind of like inside shots, but you can actually like click and move different directions and kind of move the view to different parts.
360
I've seen
view.
some, kind of like that, and it looks pretty nice. So it's like I'm pretty sure we're gonna be pretty happy with it when we get in there. Like Aaron's mom was like, I can go in there I can go over there and do a walkthrough and like let you guys know what I see, like what issues, and we're like Betsy, like we have to do that anyway. Like we're like. We're gonna do that anyway. Don't worry about it. We appreciate you. Thank you for being willing to do that. But
yeah,
it's always interesting. You pull into the hub and like there's trailers that are actually parked in the spaces, but they're facing the wrong direction. Like they didn't pull in the right way. They just pulled in the wrong way. So you got the tail end of a trailer at the front end of other trailers.
Mhm.
And it's like, really, guys? Like, what's
yeah.
Especially when people pull that trailer out.
Chaos.
To then pull that trailer out, they're like, it's not going to be like all that convenient to get it out of there.
Yep. Love it.
Yep. Who?
Well, we should end it then. Let you do what you got to do. Get some rest.
It's only been a 4-hour episode.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well.
I should be out tomorrow. So.
Well,
I don't know about anybody else, but.
I'll be out tonight and stuff. But figure any recording will just go on the next. At least we got one for the next one, and then
Yeah,
do another one. Will be. All right, man. Well,
so on and so forth.
off.
All right, man. Yep. Okay, bye.